I don't know what's wrong with my music today, but that's super loud. My voice is gone somewhere, like the recording. I cannot get audio to play from one of my computers. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and it's super loud there as well. Man, wow. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. I have rebuilt my studio. You guys notice the difference? No? Didn't think so. How about this? Ooh. That's cool. All right, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Good to have everybody here. Please file in an orderly manner. I have no idea why it's not working. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Happy Monday. You're all still standing. Take a seat. Take a seat. Everyone, please take a seat. Oh my goodness, it's a crazy day. I don't know. One of my computers does not want to play audio, and it's the one that normally plays my intro. So, it will not let me unmute that computer. I'm hoping it didn't fry the sound card on it or something. But we'll figure that out at another point, which means we only have one input today. We will make that work as well. That's not going to work. Hang on. There we go. There we go. All right. Now, next thing we have to do is try to get chat back. Let's see. Oh, it just worked. It just worked the first time. That is wonderful. Congratulations, Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. For some reason, I can't say Fire Girl. Good morning. Good morning to you. Thank you for being first in chat. That means your eagerness to be on the internet is apparent to all. And as such, we're going to punish you by, yes, making you internet owner, at least owner of all the problems. So congratulations, handmade by Wendy, Fire Girl. You are... You're the winner, the big winner. Why does it feel lower? Okay, I did a gig over the weekend. And every time I do a gig, it's like, oh, I'm just going to take a couple of things. I'm not going to mess with my studio. I ended up taking all my studio. If you can't tell, I took everything. And the gig was fantastic. It went beautifully. It was wonderful. Other than the fact that we had 1 hour less to set up than I asked for, which was crazy. But... all right, we are getting set. At some point, we're going to have a live stream today. Is what my plan is. We've got day 2 of the Jose Ibarra trial. Let's see here. If your Mac, okay. Shut down your Mac, then unplug the power cord. Wait 15 seconds, then plug the power cord back in. Wait 5 seconds, then plus the power. That's what I need to do? Apparently I need to unplug everything and wait 15 seconds and then wait 5 seconds. Yes, we are just on day 2, Heather. That is all. Just day 2. Are sound effects working today? I hear sound. So maybe they are. It's just the one sound that's not.
Have them send someone with more experience.
It's working great. It's working great.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Just don't unplug.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Judge Fleischer coming in with the birthday wishes. Knight, you just got to turn up the speakers and just own it. That's it. A little bit late this morning, so we need to get underway because court's going to start in just a minute. Holly Mack just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Holly. What a way to start the Monday.
I saw a chicken
fighting. Yes. We've got a couple birthdays to sing to right here. Join with me if you will.
There's a lawsuit.
All the things. Stand up, deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors.
About to catch a whooping.
Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. We're going to sing to Miranda, Aunt Lou, Christy G, Steph, and Michael. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Miranda, Aunt Lou, Christy G, Steph, and Michael. Happy birthday to you. Miranda, Aunt Lou, Christy G, Steph, and Michael, I'm so glad you're celebrating your birthday today because that gives us something to celebrate as well. And what a better way to start the day than to sing happy birthday to y'all. I'll slide a y'all in there because I'm from North Carolina. Definitely happy birthday to y'all. Let's see. Help yourself to free pancakes. Denny's, Waffle House, IHOP, Village Inn, Andy's Grill, McDonald's, all the places. Free cookie at Crumbles. Get all the free stuff today. It's your day. No one will fault you for doing that. And I think I'm just trying to get the sound ready so we have court today. Give me just a second here. Let's see. Put this down there and this over here. That way I can see. Love this one. Happy birthday to you. One more. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, glass case of emotion. Happy birthday to you. Okay, here comes the drum solo. Sorry, that was a late ad. I was a little distracted today. I apologize, glass case of emotion. We will add you as well.
You look good.
Even the Judge Fleischer chimed in on that one. Here we go, drum solo. Beautiful. All right. We are almost ready. Where did it go? I'm just not seeing it yet. Waiting for the feed to come from court. The judge said he was going to start now, but, you know, what the judge says and what the judge does are probably two different things. You got two of me. That's awesome. I wasn't going to reveal this yet, but apparently it's quite visible on my screen. And I didn't choose my colors very wisely. But I did a thing. Mostly, I was thinking of Thomas this weekend. It was when I went to Lowe's. Weather Watch, my podcast partner, good friend, has inspired me. And every time I go to Lowe's, I walk by the Christmas decorations and think, people actually do these. No, just kidding. I think, maybe I should do something. And I thought, I said, I'm feeling it. I should do something. I should upgrade my studio just a little bit and get something festive for the new year. And so I did. I got this. I have Christmas lights on my boom mic, which is wonderful. I figured I'd just leave them up here. No, I won't leave them up here around. I'll take them down. But I ended up buying 2 of them. I'll turn them off for now because it's a little early for Christmas. We haven't got Thanksgiving out of the way yet. But I looked at this and I said that's definitely what I need. I found these little lights, a little tiny strand of lights, and I looked at them, and my poor eyes looked at them, and I said, "Oh, it's 16-inch strand of lights with a little battery pack. That's perfect. I can just put a little bit on." No, it was 16 feet. So I wrapped 16 feet of light around my boom mic. Many wraps, and I definitely did it the hard way. We are still waiting. Not overheating. They're just little battery-powered one. Super low power. Let me check the court and see if they've given us an update. I like to have green wire. I thought green would blend into the black and you just wouldn't see it. And then come Christmas time, I just flip the lights on. But apparently green keys out. If one bulb fails, do all the bulbs fail, though? Probably. I think they were like $5. So I'm guessing one goes out, they all go out. I look tired. Late night, putting things back together. Yeah, very little sleep. But sleep is for the weak, right? Okay, here we go. I think they're getting a late start today. I think the judge just barely let everybody in. Which is all right. Laura says, I slept terrible too. Good. We can be tired together, Laura. It's one of those days. Sleep is for the wise who get enough and rise early. Selena K got to meet my newest grandson Saturday. Oh, my goodness. I bet you're going to spoil him, which is the right thing to do. Hope you got some dues. No dues. I think we're even out of cheer wine. You know what cheer wine is? It's a North Carolinian thing, or at least East Coast Southern thing. It's like Dr. Pepper. It's like if Dr. Pepper was more black cherry Coke. That's what it is. I can have my afternoon nap. I might take it this morning if that's all right. Grandkids are the best. Now that I have a son married, the thought has occurred to me that I could be a grandpa within a year. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. I'm out of cheer wine. Yes, we're all out. The store was out. I was looking for 2-liter bottles and there wasn't anything. Easy. So I think I can. Here's my dilemma. You ready? I'm gonna tell you my dilemma. I told one computer to turn off, and 2 computers rebooted, and I can't figure out why. Like they're attached somehow. And they shouldn't be.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
This one.
Bring the jury.
Okay. Wait 15 seconds, then plug the power cord back in. Okay, that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to unplug. First, I have to power it down. Shut down your Mac. I'm just going to try the one. Shut down. All right, we're waiting. We've got our connection to court. They're just waiting for court to start. Has not started yet. The judge might be talking to the media this morning, and we'll wait for his update from him if he is, because we did have an incident last week where, unbeknownst to us, the prosecution threw a picture of the crime scene that did have Laken Riley's body visible in it. And for just a split second, it was up on the feed. I did what what I said I would do when I signed up and as pool media for this, and we did cut that out of the live stream, edit that and cut it, so that should be down. But the judge is still going to look at that and address that going forward. I'm hoping he doesn't take a drastic measure and say no cameras, because that would be bad. I don't think he will. I think he's going to reduce us down to one camera today. Instead of the two, but that's understandable. And quite frankly, I don't think I need the shot of the defendant every 5 seconds either. Weegob says, I'm nearly orange. Congratulations, 11 months for you, Weegob. That is wonderful. Wouldn't be the same without you next month. It's going to be great. It's like a Christmas celebration. Mandy Winslow, can't believe it's been a year. Cheers to the Orange Courthouse. Mandy, congratulations. Hit that year mark. Thank you. Appreciate your support as well. Let's see. Let's see what we have here. Okay, the computer's turned off. Everything's good. Hit the... So we have... See, I now have, like, up here on my desk, I now have my NAS storage, which you can't see unless I'm using it. But if I were to play something from it, it would turn green. And if I were to record something to it, it turns red. So we'll keep the recorder going. Got it, Sharon. We're not using them. Let's see. Looks like we might. Our feed is not coming through yet, so.
Ibarra to collect a sample of his DNA. Special Agent Haas swabbed Jose Ibarra at the Athens Clark County Police Department and then sealed the swabs. The swabs were transported to the GBI laboratory for analysis. The swabs of Jose Ibarra are marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 241, and Jose Ibarra's consent form is marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 240, and again, this stipulation is marked State's Exhibit 239. So at this time, the state would move to admit 239, 240, 241, and 242.
We have no objection to those, Your Honor.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
Verify that this does not waive our daughter motion on the fingerprints.
Well, they got those added. They just got our feedback. So here we go. Just 1 second. Okay, here we go.
Morning, this is the last one.
They're doing some stipulations here.
It's
They're
been
reading
marked
it.
State's Exhibit 237 for the record, and it is a stipulation of fact between the parties regarding the prior testimony on October 11th, 2024 of ACC PD Sergeant Timothy Johnson. Sergeant Timothy Johnson testified on October 11th, 2024 at the motions to suppress in the above referenced case. All parties hereby agree to admit his testimony from that hearing and the exhibits that were introduced during his testimony at that hearing into evidence at this trial for the fact finder to consider. The testimony of Sergeant Johnson from the motion to suppress will be made part of this trial record. Signed by counsel for the defendant, signed by the state, and we would move to admit states 37. 237. Behind states 237 is states exhibit 238. And states exhibit 238 is a transcript from that October 11th, 2024 hearing where Officer Johnson testified, and it's isolated just to Officer Johnson's direct, cross, redirect, recross, and the exhibits that he entered at that motions hearing. So we've agreed to adopt that transcript, and Sergeant Johnson will not be called as a witness in this trial because we've adopted his prior testimony.
No objection and an agreement. Just to clarify, for the defense not stipulating the accuracy of his testimony, but we do agree that he doesn't need to come and re-say everything he's already said.
Very well. Noted, and those will be admitted.
State calls Sergeant Joshua Epps.
Got any more blank sheets on them? Evidence sheets.
Yes, sorry. If you could raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
Joshua Epps, Joshua. Last name's Epps, Epps.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Roughly 6.5, almost 7 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol sergeant, so I supervise roughly 12 to 14 patrol officers, as well as I'm on the bomb team. I'm a certified bomb technician, and I'm on a special response team, which is kind of like SWAT or active shooter response.
Were you called to an apartment complex at 2085 Millage Avenue in Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the court at about what time did you get called there?
Roughly 8:32 in the morning.
Who called you there?
Tim Johnson requested that through a radio system for a UGA police officer, and I was close by.
Who does he work for?
Athens Clarke County Police Department.
How long did it take you to get on scene?
Maybe 5 minutes. I was in the 5 Points area, so I wasn't far away.
When you responded, were you in uniform as you are today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond in a marked patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded, were you wearing a body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it recording?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, who, if anyone, did you meet with?
I met with Tim Johnson, and I believe there was maybe 1 or 2 other Athens Clarke County officers on scene as well.
And was there an individual there who had been detained?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that individual's name?
Diego
What's his last name?
Ibarra. Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to interact with Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could tell the court approximately how long were you with Diego Ibarra that day?
That day, several hours, probably upwards of 5 hours.
And without telling us what he said, did you ask Diego Ibarra questions?
Yes.
Did he answer your questions?
Yes.
And for the record, in what language were you communicating with Diego Ibarra?
I was using a translator to speak Spanish to him. I can't speak Spanish, so I was speaking with one of my Spanish-speaking officers who was relaying the questions to him.
At some point, did you call 2 Spanish-speaking officers out?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are those officers? What are their names?
The first one was Mason Bridges. He's a corporal, and the second one was Rafael Sayin. He's a corporal as well.
Could you spell Corporal Sayan's last name for Madam Court Reporter?
Sayan.
And are both of those individuals native speakers?
Yes.
Of Spanish?
Yes.
So they were helping you translate?
Correct.
I want to approach, oh, sorry, I don't have to ask that anymore. One moment. I'm going to approach and hand you a few things. First, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize 177?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
My body camera footage.
Have you seen it prior to today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage on the 23rd day of February 2024 at the apartment complex that we just discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit States 177 and request permission to publish parts of it.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object to hearsay. Unlike other body cam we've seen in this video, we have, I would say, a contested witness, Diego Ibarra, and then later Argenis Ibarra giving statements. To the extent that those statements are on the body cam, we have to object.
What we could do, Your Honor, we don't intend to offer the statements, the content of those statements until and after those witnesses testify. So at this time, we can play those portions of the body cam on mute. So that we are just offering this part of the body cam for the images that you see, and we don't have to play the audio. The only time we intend to play a part of the audio for State's Exhibit 177 is with the next witness who's going to talk about statements made by this defendant at the scene, which will be a statement made of the defendant, which is not hearsay.
Very well. It will be admitted for that purpose and with those restrictions at this time.
And so I'll mute it when we're talking to the other two residents. The audio will come back in when this officer enters the residence. So if at any time, if you feel like I have violated that stipulation, I would just ask that you make a contemporaneous objection so we can handle it.
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
It's pretty cordial.
178 through 194. I'm going to have you look at all of those, and then I'll ask you some questions.
78 through 194. Big exhibit stacks, but it gets through a lot of stuff at once. This is Joshua Epps, University of Georgia Police Department. Oh, he's flipped through that quick? Wow.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
They're photos that were taken on scene that day of different individuals on scene.
Are those photos that you took that day of, first of all, Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there also a photo of Argenis
Began on Friday.
Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there photographs of Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And do all of those photographs, State's Exhibit 178 to 194, do they all accurately depict those three individuals as you saw them on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit States 178 through 194, request permission to publish.
No objection.
They're admitted. You may.
Thank you, Katie Bug. Appreciate the kind words.
I'm going to play part of States 177, and for the record, Sergeant, and for counsel, and for the court, we are going to use the timer at the top right corner of your video to discuss any timestamps on the video. Is that timer in UTC?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is UTC?
It's 24-hour time.
And at 13:36 is when your video starts. Would that be what time in Eastern Standard Time?
13:36 would be 1:36, I believe.
Right, that's UTC.
Right. Oh,
So what time did you get on the scene?
Okay, sorry, 8:32.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So 13:36 UTC is 8:36
8:36. Yes, ma'am.
a.m.
AM.
in Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just so we have that straight. Your Honor, if you could toggle over, we're going to play a little bit of 177, and for the record, it's going to be muted, so there'll be no sound for the first parts of it until this officer enters, and I'll clear the record up for that. Oh, you know what? It's not plugged in, so it is there.
She was doing so well this morning, and then she didn't plug it in.
There we go. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to make sure it's muted. So since 177, the very first video that we're playing, is on mute, tell the court what we're looking at here.
I'm arriving on scene initially. I'm about to meet with Sergeant Tim Johnson, Matthews Park County Police Department.
That individual we see in the frame at 1337, who's that?
That is Sergeant Tim Johnson. I can't remember the name of the other officer in the background, and that is Diego in the red sweatshirt.
And what apartment number is Diego standing out front of?
D126.
Does Sergeant Johnson show you an image at some point in this encounter with him?
Yes, right now. He's showing me a still frame image from video that they had recovered that I didn't have at that time.
And that still frame image, do we see it in your screen at 1337?
Yes, ma'am, on the phone.
And was that an image taken from a dumpster nearby?
Yes.
So he shows you that image, and then what do you do?
This is news to me. I was coming on shift roughly maybe an hour before this. So I relayed that to my superiors who were about to pull up, coincidentally, and then explained to them that, hey, they've got footage. At that time, I was not aware that they had already been aware of that footage.
The footage that was shown to you by Sergeant Johnson, what, if anything, was significant about it to you, and then what you were observing for yourself on Diego Ibarra?
At first, videoing it or reviewing the video, the still frame photo, Sergeant Johnson informs me that the image shows a male holding a hat or having a black Adidas hat, and then he informs me that I couldn't necessarily see from that distance till I get closer to Diego, but that Diego is wearing an identical hat, a black Adidas flat bill hat.
Did you make any observations about the hat that Diego was wearing?
Once I got closer, yes. I noticed on the back what I believe to be dirt on the brim.
And was that significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was on scene when we located Laken the day prior. She did have a lot of dirt, mulch, and things like that on her body. And I felt that if an individual was wearing that hat and was touching Laken in that manner, dirt could have been transferred to the hat by moving the hat.
So I'm going to fast forward a little bit for the record. At some point, do you begin talking to Diego Ibarra through your interpreter?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And how would you describe Diego Ibarra's demeanor with you and with you?
I mean, he's compliant. He's not posing any issues. Obviously, there's a block there through communication. But based off his physical mannerisms, I'm not really getting any deceptive behavior per se. I was aware at this point he did provide a fake green card, so he was detained for that.
Right.
He seemed to understand that we were detaining him for an investigative purpose. There appeared to be good rapport between him and officers, especially with Officer Bridges there, who you see.
If you could, do you have the pointer in front of you?
I'm not sure if I do.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Point out to the court at 1342 in your muted video that we're playing. Where's Officer Bridges?
He's right here in an identical uniform that I'm wearing.
All right. And the one closest to Diego in this frame?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead. So you talk to him at some point. At some point, do you decide to obtain a search warrant for the apartment and to freeze the apartment?
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about that process.
Well, based on the fact that he was wearing that hat, the time frame that Tim Johnson encountered him was within 24 hours of the murder. He was walking back towards the general direction of campus, which was concerning as well. He somewhat matched the description of the male seen in that photo, discarding of what I later learned was evidence found in that dumpster.
And specific what evidence?
A sweater or a pullover of some sort with blood on it and hair.
Okay. And did you ever see that evidence, or you were just informed of it?
No, it was picked up throughout the middle of the night. I was there all day the day before. They sent me home to get a sleep cycle, and I was the supervisor this day.
All right.
So I never saw the evidence throughout the night.
All right, go ahead.
And
What
then
about the proximity from the dumpster to Laken Riley's body?
the dumpster to Laken Riley's body, probably rough estimate 500 yards.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So at some point, when you're with Diego Ibarra and you decide to get the search warrant, first of all, how do you communicate that to get the search warrant?
I go and talk to my superiors and I ask them, because they're maybe 20, 30 yards away in the parking lot at another vehicle discussing. I think they were talking to some GBI agents and other agency partners. And I asked for clarification of, at this point I gained knowledge there were other individuals inside the apartment. I wanted to start getting resources in and confirming that yes, we are going to go ahead and surround it. A warrant's going to be sought, and I need other translators here because from what I'm gathering, no one else speaks English inside the apartment.
And how many other individuals did you believe to be inside the apartment?
At this time, 3.
And could you see them from where you're standing?
No, not without being intrusive of sticking my face up to that window, which we didn't do. One, for an officer safety standpoint, but also, I didn't have a warrant at that point yet.
Do you see the window? You said the window. Can you point the window out? Is
Yes.
that, and that's again 1342. Is that the window to D126?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to roll a little more. At some point, do you start asking Diego questions about whether he has any injuries?
Eventually, yes, I did.
And do you take pictures of him, and do you see parts of his body?
Correct. Yes, I did.
Going to. Play the video first, and then show you some photos. First of all, did you? You mentioned to us that there was a fake ID, so you knew he had given a fake ID. Tell us a little bit of that process.
I didn't obtain it myself. It was provided to Sergeant Johnson when he located him and was identifying him. Sergeant Johnson provided it to me and stated if you look at it, there's 2 different dates of birth listed. There was one vertically on the side and then one listed with the rest of his identification information.
So did you agree with Sergeant Johnson's assessment that this was not a valid form of government identification?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go to, I'm still muted. Okay. About 1358 on State's Exhibit 177. What are we looking at here now at 1358?
I believe at this point my captain, Seth Robinson, was interested in seeing his hands.
And does he show you his hands?
Yes. So Captain Robinson, I believe, asked Officer Bridges to relay to him to please, show us your hands, and he complied. Okay. Put his hands out.
And did you see his hands?
I did.
Did you see any injuries to his hands?
No.
At 13:59, what are we seeing Diego Ibarra do?
He was asked about, I believe they were asking if he could take his jacket off, and they were looking at tattoos as well as trying to make observations of any other potential injuries.
Go ahead.
And he takes his jacket off and becomes, I don't know exactly what he says. He starts kind of ranting a little bit and pulls his shirt up and shows us his stomach and his side tattoo.
And do you see any injuries on his stomach?
From my vantage point, no, I did not.
And if you had seen any injuries, would you have documented them?
Yes.
Okay. So may we toggle over, Your Honor? States 178, what are we looking at there?
That is a picture of Diego.
And do we see the hat he's wearing in this image?
Yes.
Is that the black Adidas hat that you've already described?
Yes, ma'am.
States 179. Well, who is that?
That's Diego.
Okay, and on his face, does he have any tattoos?
He does. He has a teardrop tattoo on his right eye, kind of off to the side there. It's a little hard to see if you zoomed in, but we identified as potential gang affiliation tattoo.
Can you point to that on
Yes.
the right side for 179? Okay. So what that image is, or that mark on his face that states 179, was that an injury?
No, it's a tattoo.
All right, thank you. States 180.
Again, it's Diego.
And do you see a tattoo on his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please point to that. 182.
Diego again.
Okay, does he have tattoos on the back of his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to those? 183.
It's a close-up of the picture we just looked at.
And in 183, can you actually see the rest of the hat?
You can, yeah.
Okay. 184.
Rib cage tattoo. I'm not sure what the design was.
So tattoos, but did you observe any injuries?
No.
At some point while you are there, Sergeant, and approximately how long are you at this apartment complex that day?
All day, from 8:32 in the morning, and I don't think I was released till probably 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
All right, I'm gonna go back to a different section of your video. And again, it's played on mute. We are now at 14:34 in the top count for the record. So that would be 9:38 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At 9:38 a.m., we see an individual in a yellow shirt. Can you please point to that person first of all? And who is that person?
That is a brother Argenis, either Argenis or Argenis Ibarra.
And how did this person appear in this video? What happened?
He, while speaking with Diego and waiting for resources and other things, he walked out with a trash bag, like a 5-gallon plastic white trash bag that you would buy at Kroger.
Was he detained as well?
Yes.
And did you photograph him that day?
We did.
And I don't need to toggle over, but states 185, who is that?
That's Argenis.
At some point, did you obtain consent to enter the apartment from Argenis?
Yes.
And did you in fact enter the apartment?
I did.
What was your purpose of entering the apartment?
Well, he informed us that something was on the stove and that he was very adamant about going in to turn the stove off, I believe because of a fire hazard. So that was what we asked for consent to do.
And prior to going in, did you look to see if there are residents inside?
I did what we call a threshold evaluation, so I kind of peeked around from an angle because the door was already open. When Argenis left, he left the door open. so I could kind of see what the environment inside looked like. And when I didn't see any obvious threats, that's when I got closer to the doorway.
In States 177, we're now playing the second video for the record, and we're at 1442. Could you show the court where the open door is
Yes.
in the frame? All right. I'm going to
Did they say what was in the garbage bag, or was it just regular household waste?
fast forward a little bit to the time where you made entry. And at this point, I am going to play, so 14, we're at 14:55 for the record, and I am going to play this video with volume because there's no statements of individuals, but the officers, and there is no confrontation issue here. But now our video is not working, our audio is not working.
Which is a good thing because the guy just said something.
And that's back by the bedroom. I don't know if that's an exigency for me to go in there for a suit. Just a normal dude. I'd rather go into the other one. That's true. Yeah, sweet. I'll do it. There's a guy right here. There's a guy right here. Yeah, but... Alright. Hola. 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 Policia. Mano, hey. Policia, manos. He said he left something on the stove, so I was going to try and turn it off. Hey, I need you to translate one at a time. Come here. Come to me. Come here. For you. I need to see his hands. I need to see his hands. Tell him to slowly get out. Ask him to get anybody else. That's a match, man. Alright, see it slowly. También acá, despacito. Para acá. ¿Tienes algo en tus bolsas? ¿Hay alguien más aquí dentro? Yo. For me. Vente para acá. There's nobody else in here? ¿Hay alguien más ahí dentro? No. He said no.
You better hope that's a stone countertop and not Formica.
Okay, I'm going to pause it at 14:58 for the record. Were there people inside the apartment?
Yes.
How many?
2.
What were they doing?
Laying in bed.
He doesn't
Could
say
you
sleeping.
see their hands or their bodies?
No.
You had Bridges translate for you at some point, and when you went in, we could see a light. Were you holding a flashlight in your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there, in fact, beans on the stove?
There were in a crock pot, the ceramic part of a crock pot.
All right, and you turned those off?
I tried.
The individual, first of all, the two
I'm not sure if I
individuals
did.
was
I
one
tried.
male and one was female.
Correct.
Okay. The female, what was her name?
Her name was Rosbelly, and I can't remember her last name at the moment.
The other male that was in the apartment, what is his name?
Jose Ibarra.
And do you see that person that you pulled out of the apartment at 1458 in this screen?
Yes, you do.
And what color clothing is he wearing?
Red shirt, black shorts, and like black and red sandals.
And the person that you pulled out of the apartment on the 23rd day of February 2024, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record.
He's wearing a striped button-down shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. Did you, at some point, have the opportunity to observe Jose Ibarra, the defendant, on scene?
Yes.
How close were you at times to Jose Ibarra?
Your normal conversation distance, maybe a foot and a half.
Did you observe any injuries to Jose Ibarra?
I did.
What injuries did you observe?
While speaking to him, I noticed on his right arm, his bicep, there was a scratch, which I identified as a potential defensive wound. On his left arm, he had a forearm scratch that was very similar, which in my mind looked like fingernail scratches to me. While he was sitting there speaking to us, I also noticed on his left wrist, just below the palm, he had a puncture, maybe a half an inch wide, that through my experiences of playing sports in high school and receiving the same injury from fingernails in football, I could see like wet flesh, like almost like it was fresh. It wasn't very old, possibly still irritated. And as he moved his wrists, when I was looking at them closely, I could actually see the liquid, or I guess body fluids that would be in that cut, kind of reflecting with light.
Did you observe, I'm going to publish a few of the photos. Court, would you please toggle over it, Your Honor? States 186. Who is that?
That's Jose Ibarra.
And how would you describe his beard and mustache situation?
It's thicker than Diego's, if I remember correctly. Not well maintained. He had sort of a neck beard. Wasn't very long, but it was definitely an established beard. I wouldn't consider it like a 5 o'clock shadow.
Did Jose Ibarra have any tattoos on his neck?
No.
As far as height and weight differentials, you were with both Jose Ibarra and Diego Ibarra?
Correct.
How would you describe their height and weight differential?
Jose at the time weighed more through my observations and was shorter.
And when you say at the time, does he look thinner in court today?
He does.
Okay. Is that the way he looked on February 23rd as far as weight? And when I say he, I mean Jose.
No.
States 188, what's that?
That is the back of Jose's head.
187?
That is a close-up picture of Jose's mouth and lips. We were concerned. It looked like his lips were red and irritated.
189?
A side profile picture. That's the right arm with a scratch.
191?
That would be the left lower wrist forearm area with a scratch, as well as the palm.
192?
That is his left palm that had some bruising on the thumb palm area, and if you kind of look below that area, you'll see an irritated red area, which is where I saw that fingernail puncture mark.
Okay, the one that was pussing or oozing, you said?
Yeah, it was.
Could you please point to that in 192?
We don't get
At
to
the
see where
middle
it
of the
points.
screen, thank you.
Right.
193?
That's another picture of his right arm with a tattoo, but also you can see the fingernail scratch.
And 194.
That is a scratch on his forearm.
This is where it's really comes unraveled for him, I think.
At some point, did you question Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
I used a translator, yes, we did.
Who was that translator?
That was Officer or Corporal Rafael Sayan.
And is that the individual, Rafael Sayan? Did we just see him in now 1519 in your body cam video? Hold on, I'll back it up a little bit. Is that Rafael Sayan?
Correct, yes.
And may I have one moment with Council?
Yeah, if you need to order some premium spring water, apparently the number is going to be on display throughout the day there on the screen over the defendant's shoulder. Wonder if they have a contract with the court.
Sergeant Epps.
Must be a local company.
At this point in your day, how would you describe the legal status of Jose Ibarra?
He's detained.
And in that detention, did Officer Sayan, and did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he had been detained?
Correct, yes we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he was not under arrest?
Yes, we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise them that you were obtaining a search warrant for their apartment?
We did.
Okay. So during this detention of the defendant, first of all, tell me, were they allowed to move freely around in y'all's presence?
Yes, I think mainly Rosbelly was standing up the whole time. She was walking around freely. They were talking to each other. They started smoking cigarettes. We heard people laughing. I even made the comment to my officers of let's make sure we're listening to what they're saying in case we get some utterances. But so yeah, we weren't restricting their rights to talk to each other or anything like that.
And who specifically did you see smoking?
I believe at one point I did see Jose smoking a cigarette.
So he was allowed to smoke a cigarette.
Yes.
Is he handcuffed in any way?
No.
Okay. And there are conversations amongst, I guess the four of them were talking amongst one another. You said you heard laughter about how many times?
I only heard it probably once, and it was from, I think, Rosbelly, maybe Argenis. I didn't know what they were talking about. From what I understand, talking to Officer Sayan, they thought it was amusing how many police cars we had, and that the mobile command center was showing up in the parking lot.
During this time period, did you ask Officer Sayan to ask Jose Ibarra how he got his injuries?
We did.
Okay. And was that captured on your body cam video?
I believe so.
And if I were to continue to play this, would that be the part that we're about to see?
Yes,
what I'm going to do is wait till Officer Sayan is here so he can translate what was being said. And I think, Your Honor, that completes my questions except for this. Sergeant Epps, did you ever search the apartment yourself that day?
No.
And who did the search of the apartment?
To my knowledge, GBI agents.
Did you arrest the defendant for anything that day?
No.
And at some point during this day, did you learn or did you see him get arrested by ACCPD for a bench warrant that was outstanding for Athens-Clarke County?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, all of that evidence has already been admitted through the stipulation of Sergeant Johnson. Attached to Sergeant Johnson's stipulation are the exhibits from his testimony, including the bench warrant that this defendant was arrested for that day. So I just want to close the record on that. And I'll pass the witness.
See what cross they have.
Good morning.
For him.
When you first saw Diego Ibarra, he was wearing the hat that you had seen your suspect wearing in the picture.
Well, we lost everything. Hang on just one second. Got a power blip. It's coming back on. Just one second.
On Diego, initially or throughout my interactions?
What's the closest you got to him, I guess?
Very close, a foot away.
And when you looked at the hat, on the back of the hat, on the brim, you could see dirt.
What I believe to be dirt.
Is it fair to say that it looked like red clay dirt?
I think initially that's what I thought it was.
You also at some point saw that Diego had a UGA employment ID.
Correct.
And that ID allows him access to some of UGA's campus, right?
Yes, yeah.
And you were informed that Diego was first seen walking towards the Rogers Road bus stop.
Correct.
And that bus stop is specifically a place where UGA buses can come and pick up students, right?
Yes.
And you also were able to confirm through investigating your internal UGA database that Diego did work for a UGA department, is that correct?
Correct.
He worked for the Bolton Dining Commons?
There were some issues figuring out exactly where, because it doesn't necessarily say their place of employment. It'll say he's in that division. So once we kind of figured that out later on. But yeah, we knew he was an employee for dining.
So you did eventually establish that he worked at Bolton Dining Commons?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also noticed that Diego was wearing dark, long pants.
Yes.
And you know that the dark, long pants are similar to the ones that were in the video of the man walking toward the dumpster.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
When you first saw Jose Ibarra, he was asleep, right?
Yes, I believe so.
You had trouble waking him up.
I wouldn't say trouble waking him up. I just had to talk very loudly.
Okay. And you also had to kind of rap on the door frame.
Yeah, to wake him up.
And you would agree with me, he was a little slow initially getting up and out of bed.
Correct.
But you believe that was because he was confused having just woken up.
I didn't know what he was doing. I couldn't see his head. I said there's a guy asleep right here because he was in a sleep posture under covers. I couldn't see his hands. So he was slow. I could see the possible confusion because I'm not very good at speaking Spanish. I'm sure that to a Spanish speaker I have a foreign accent like a Spanish speaker may have a foreign accent with English to me. So that's why I could see why there may have been some confusion for him.
But to be clear, you felt that his slowness to respond was due to your Spanish speaking and his having woken up rather than passively resisting.
Possibly, yes.
And that's what you put in your report.
Yeah, yes.
When Officer Bridges came in and delivered the command to show his hands, Mr. Ibarra immediately put his hands in the air.
Correct.
Now, when you detained all the individuals, they were detained outside of the apartment.
Correct.
And it was February morning, right?
Correct.
It was a little bit chilly.
It was kind of similar, honestly, if I remember correctly, the weather now, about 50s, 60s.
At some point, Rosbelly asked to get a jacket, and she was cold.
As I was leaving the apartment, I was informed by, I believe, Bridges, or maybe it was an Athens officer, that she wanted a jacket.
When you observed the markings on Jose Ibarra, you did not observe any blood in the wounds.
I didn't see blood, no.
They did not appear deep enough to draw blood.
No, the only one that I think could reasonably draw blood, which obviously the scratches that I wouldn't say would be dripping blood, there could have been blood present, but that left puncture on the wrist that I described, I could see there being more blood coming from that than his scratches.
Did you observe any scabbing?
No.
Okay. Just 1 moment, please.
Is that everything they have?
I don't have any further questions.
No clip. All right.
Redirect.
No, sir. Yes, sir. No objection.
Now call your next witness.
State calls Rafael Sayan.
Rocky Alsayan. Is that what I heard?
You can raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be, in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My first name is Raphael, R-A-F-A-E-L, and my last name is Sayan, S-A-Y-A-N.
Where do you work?
He's our translator.
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
What are your current duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol corporal, and my duties are to train new officers so they're ready to be on the road.
As a patrol corporal, you wear a uniform like you are today in court?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also drive a patrol car?
Yes.
And wear body cam videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, Corporal Sayan, can you speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
How do you know how to speak Spanish?
I've been speaking it for 34 years. I'm bilingual, fluent. Parents are from Peru. Went to Peru many, many times. My wife is also Latina, so we speak Spanish at home very often.
Okay. And your wife is from what country?
Colombia.
Okay. So you speak Spanish, and your parents are from Peru?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Thanks for
And
listening.
are you familiar with the South American type of dialect of people who speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
South American Spanish?
Yes.
Yeah, it's, well, it has its own dialect. It's very different from Central American Spanish and what I would call Mexican dialect too. So it's easy to pick up when you hear it, especially living within those communities for many, many years and growing up with it. But there is a different dialect to it. Mm-hmm.
Do you believe you're well versed in South American Spanish?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read in Spanish and write in Spanish?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
And do you speak Spanish in your household still?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on February 23rd of 2024?
I was.
Did you get a call from Sergeant Epps and asked to come and help translate at an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And about what time did you get there?
I would say it was right before 9 in the morning, so 8 in the morning.
Okay.
Right, 8:45-ish.
8:45-ish. When you got there, what were you asked to do?
Once I arrived, once they pulled everybody out of the apartment, I was requested to observe and to translate.
Did you do so?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I want to ask you about all 4 individuals out there. First of all, did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with a Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with a Rosbelly Flores?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with Argenis Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to speak in Spanish to Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any difficulties understanding their Spanish?
No.
Did they seem to have any difficulties understanding your Spanish?
By them responding to my questions and us conversing, I would say that no, they understood me very well.
The person named Jose Ibarra, did you question him that day and ask him some questions about injuries that were observed on him?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What language did you ask him those questions?
It would be in Spanish.
And what language did he respond back to you?
In Spanish.
And at this point, before we get into the statements, Your Honor, just for the record, Defense Counsel has not filed for a Jackson Deno, and I'll let her take it from there.
We will not be raising Jackson Deno issue at this time.
Thank you. When you were conversing or speaking with Jose Ibarra that day and asking him about injuries, about how close were you to him?
I would say roughly between 3 to 4 feet.
And prior to, and if you could sit a little into that microphone, thank you. Prior to you asking him questions about his injuries, were the 4 residents of that apartment allowed to kind of move around, and were they talking to one another?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they were speaking
Jackson
to one
Deno.
another, laughing. Yeah.
Jackson Deno
And
is
how would you
voluntary,
describe the
voluntary
vibe
statement
between
versus
them and
coerced.
what was going on at this time?
It seemed very relaxed. There was a lot of laughing, giggling, especially when they were talking about how they were woken up, pulled out of the apartment, smoking. So I would say the vibe or the atmosphere was very relaxed and calm.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 177, and have you seen it? And you know what? It's already admitted, so I'm going to show you something from it. Sorry, it's had it. But you have seen 177?
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
It's going to be axon footage.
From your conversation with Jose Ibarra?
That's correct, yes.
On the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes, ma'am. And it would be Sergeant Epps' axon footage.
Okay. So you had footage and he had footage, right?
Correct.
All right. And do you see yourself in this footage? I'm going to publish the third video in States 177. Do you see yourself right there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got to toggle over. And this may be a little difficult to do. Hopefully you're going to be able to hear it. But what I would like you to do for the record is translate to us exactly what you asked him and exactly what he said back to you. And if you have problems hearing it and you need to hear it again, just let me know and we'll rewind it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hold on a second. Well, we have no volume at all, so hold on just one moment. I'll start it over. Okay. All right, I want to start it over. There we go.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
All right, let's say that again.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
Okay, so you said, my friend, can you do me a favor? And why did you ask the question in that manner?
It's just my mannerisms when I speak Spanish. I'm very respectful to folks. It's just the way I was raised, and it's Latin American culture.
All right.
I asked him, I have a question, why, and then I point to to my left knuckle, why is this red? He responds by saying that because of the cold.
Because of the what?
The cold. I asked him what happened there, and he...
And for the record, we're at 15:20 of the video, and he is pointing to his left arm?
It would be his right bicep.
His right arm, sorry. I was a little backwards. His right bicep. Okay, and you asked what?
I asked what happened there, and he said that he had a scratch, but he didn't exactly explain from where or how.
What happened there? What happened there?
I asked him about another scratch on where his left wrist meets his left forearm. If you could actually just repeat that portion right there.
What happened there?
I asked him what happened there.
Okay. What you said what?
What happened there? Pause it, please. First he says, I don't have anything there, there's nothing there. And then he starts pointing at it again, saying that, oh, it's just a scratch.
Okay. So when he said that there was nothing there, could you see something there?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
What could you see?
It looked like I don't know exactly the time, but I could see there was still a little bit of pus in it.
Pus?
So it didn't look very old.
Okay.
But I could see that there was a scratch on his wrist. I asked him to raise up his sleeves.
Okay.
The red knuckles to the bone. And the scratch over there is
Do you hit the face or anything?
Was it that back there on the over?
No.
I asked him, were you struck in the mouth? He responded to me that no, he was not struck in the mouth, and that it's the cold air on his lips. So he uses chapstick. I asked him to raise up his hair. I also asked him to raise up both sides of his hair.
What did you observe when he raised up his hair?
I could see that there was a red mark going across, like as if he had been wearing a hat. He explains to me that he wears a hat, a gorra, a hat, and continue.
What kind of hat does he wear?
I ask him what type of hat, and he motions over to Diego, who's sitting to the right of him, that it's a hat very similar to that one that was on Diego's head.
Thank you.
And does that complete your conversation with Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, at some point, does he use the word for nail in Spanish?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Okay. Do you use that word?
In Spanish?
Yes.
The nail. So the word in Spanish for nail, as in like a fingernail, would be, excuse me. Sorry, I apologize. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Yeah.
But it would be uña.
Okay.
But I didn't hear that.
Okay.
When he didn't respond that to me.
He did not.
Mm-hmm.
What was the question that you asked with uña that he did not respond back to?
Well, I had asked him how did he receive those scratches, and he didn't give me a clear answer at all.
Hold on.
Get a nice little hum here. Zzz.
Okay. I want to have you hear this one section, Corporal saying. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
We need to knock the red knuckles to the bone. And the scratch over there is
You get hit in the face or anything?
What's it? Knock that on the over?
Sorry, there we go. We're back at 15:19. If you could just listen to this again.
What happened to his arm? What happened there? What happened there?
All right. Did you use the word uña in those questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What word did you use?
It sounds like I didn't really use a word. I asked what had happened there.
Okay.
Keep it up. What happened there?
And his answer to the specific one about the left wrist was what?
Well, first he said where.
Okay.
I mean, the way it looked like he was acting as if there was nothing there, but I could clearly see there was a scratch.
Okay. Mm-hmm. At first, that's what he said. Where, and then what?
And then he pointed at it, and again, he doesn't really tell me how he got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. One final thing. Corporal saying, the phrase in Spanish, yo tengo, what does that mean literally?
Yo tengo would exactly translate to I have.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yo Tango.
Good morning.
Good morning,
That
ma'am.
was a gang name.
This all occurred on a February morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and I believe you said you arrived around 8:45 in the morning.
8:45-ish. Yeah.
And this was a little bit after that, but still in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Ibarra was wearing a short sleeve shirt.
Yes, he was.
And shorts.
Yes.
And slides.
And I would say so.
Okay, and he didn't have any sort of jacket or other covering.
No, ma'am.
All right, just a moment.
Are you trying to say he was cold? Made his hands red? Test 1, 2.
When you asked him about a hat and he gestures towards, Mr. Diego Ibarra, he doesn't say, I wore that hat. He says, I wear a hat like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
All right. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, sir.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
No objection.
You're excused. You call your next.
State calls Special Agent Annie Mormon.
Got a special agent coming up next. Translator did a great job. That's not easy. If you wonder why we're going so quickly through this trial, it's because it's a bench trial. We don't have a jury. There's no concerns about the jury and breaks for the jury and making sure they stay awake and stand up and stretch. It's just the judge. It's just the judge here.
If you could raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, and the matter of State of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Would you please take a seat, spell your
Is
first and last
that a
name.
revision they made to their
My name's
oath?
Annie Mormon, A-N-N-I-E, Mormon, M-O-O-R-M-A-N.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
4 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I currently serve as the crime scene specialist with the Region 11 GBI office.
What do you do as a crime scene specialist?
Collect evidence, process scenes, send evidence to the crime lab.
And tell the court a little bit about your training for your job.
Sure. So we participate in a GBI Special Academy, which is 13 weeks. And then on top of that, we participate in a lot of extensive training to become a crime scene specialist, which includes advanced training in blunt stain pattern analysis, reconstruction of crime scenes and such.
Were you asked to assist the University of Georgia Police Department in searching an apartment on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what was the address of that location and about what time did you get there and what you did when you got there?
Sure. The address was 2085 South Millage Avenue, the Argo Apartments, apartment D126. I had been in that apartment complex from approximately 11 a.m. Helping do neighborhood canvasses, specifically to search that apartment. We didn't start that until approximately 3:30 in the afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about the canvassing process. What was going on with the canvassing of the apartment and about what time did that start?
I believe it started around 10:30 or 11 a.m. There were many GBI agents on that property, probably somewhere between 40 and 50 of us. We had broken down into smaller groups to speak to each individual apartment occupant to try to get any sort of information we could.
And then at some point you turned your attention to searching the apartment?
Yes.
Prior to searching that apartment, was a search warrant obtained?
Yes, it was.
Tell the court, first of all, in general terms, describe the apartment, D126.
Sure. The apartment was approximately 700 square feet, maybe 20 by 35 feet. It was one room, essentially. It was kind of an open space living area that had 2 beds and a couch with a small closet, a small kitchen in the west corner and a bathroom in the northwest corner.
When you searched the apartment, did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also do a crime scene sketch or a sketch of the apartment?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. They are marked for the record as states 195 through 235, with the exception of states 209 through 215 and 225 and 226. Those numbers will not be used. So handing you this stack, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay?
I fixed the audio, but I don't know what I did that fixed it. It's driving me nuts. And now my other laptop has the problem. It's like contagious. It's passed to my other laptop, but the big one doesn't make sense.
Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
The 235, can we start with that? What is it?
This is a crime scene sketch I created after searching the apartment.
Is that an accurate sketch of the apartment?
Yes.
So we submit 235.
No objection.
235 submitted.
And then the remaining of the exhibits that I handed you, what are they?
These are photographs that I took during that search.
And do those photographs clearly and accurately depict the apartment and the items inside the apartment as you saw them on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes.
The state would move to admit state's exhibits 195 through 234, with the exception of 209 through 215, also accepting 225 to 226. Those numbers will not be used.
No objection.
Admitted.
And may I request permission to publish?
No.
I've set some gloves in front of you. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna need them. I don't know. Just in case, if you need to use them, go ahead.
Okay.
First of all, in searching the apartment, let me come back and grab those exhibits, and I'll give you these if you might need them. Okay. Thank you. And it's starting first with 235. Could you tell the court what we're looking at here?
Sure, this is a sketch of the apartment, D126, that I searched that day.
How many beds were in that apartment, and did you note them?
There were 2 queen-size beds along with a sofa.
Okay. Where are they noted for the record? If you could use, there's a pointer. There should be a pointer next to you.
Am I pointing at this TV?
Yes, you
okay. Sure. So this is the west wall. There was a queen-size bed here with the head towards the kitchen. And then there was another queen-size bed located on the south wall here with the head towards the west wall, and a sofa here between the closet area and this bed.
Where's the front door in that image, 235 then?
The front door is here. It's catty-cornered in the apartment.
At the bottom of the
Yes,
the exhibit?
the southwest corner.
States 195, what are we looking at there?
This is the front door of the apartment here. You go into an alcove. There's an apartment on your left and an apartment on your right, and this is the door to D126.
And that's the blue door that we see in States 195 for the record?
Yes.
LAW, you can purchase one
States
after it expires.
197, what does that depict, and where's that photograph taken from?
So this is taken from the doorway of apartment D126 looking into the apartment. This is the bed located on the west, the head of the bed is located on the west wall there. And this is the front of the apartment to the south.
199.
So this is looking into the apartment. This is the bed located along the west wall.
Yeah.
with the kitchen area here.
She said west wall.
And the bathroom in the back right corner in the closet area.
Was this photograph taken from the perspective where you're actually standing at the front door?
Yes, the door is to my left here.
States 200.
So this, I'm standing in the entrance to the kitchen area, looking back at the front door. This is the south wall of the apartment with the queen size bed on the west wall and the other queen size bed here on the, I'm sorry, yes, that one.
States 200. 202.
Sure, I'm standing in the middle kind of the open living space, and this is the closet located in the apartment.
204.
This is the bathroom located in the northeast corner of the apartment.
It was a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment.
206.
Sure.
That's from inside the bathroom, the tub that was located in that bathroom in the apartment.
208.
That is the kitchen area located in the apartment.
Now, when you were in this apartment, first of all, how long did it take you to search the apartment?
I believe I was there for approximately 8 hours.
Were you looking for, well, what were you looking for?
A number of things that were listed on the search warrant, specific clothing, any sort of blood, any sort of blunt object that could have been used to create Ms. Riley's injuries.
For blood, how did you search for blood?
So we visually search for blood, anything that looks like it may be blood, or even if it doesn't necessarily look that way, if it just looks odd, then we can do tests to see if it is blood.
And did you find any items with blood inside that apartment?
No, we did not.
Did you at some point seize some gloves?
We did.
Tell me about the gloves and where were they and why did you take them?
So in the search of this kitchen area, specifically this left-hand top drawer, there were located 3, I guess what I would describe as utility type kitchen gloves, plastic in nature, looked like restaurant style, like you would use in a kitchen, gloves.
Showing you 216, what does that look?
So upon opening the drawer, the gloves were located here. It's kind of dark, but you can see the outline of the gloves there.
I see some eggs on the counter.
Why were those gloves of interest to you?
Earlier in the day, officers had located gloves that had been described as looking sort of like these from a bush at the apartment complex.
Did you seize these gloves?
I did.
And when you seized them, how did you collect them?
They were collected and placed into an evidence bag.
And did you seal it?
Yes, I did.
And was it eventually transported to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for analysis?
I transported it to the UGA Police Department and turned it over to their evidence personnel, Daniel Saunders.
And when you transported it to him, did you deliver it to him sealed?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked.
Looks like the instructions in there were for like hair dye.
Oh, right here, sorry. States Exhibit 244 for the record. Do you recognize 244? If you could look inside that for me.
Would like me to remove it from the
yes,
bag?
if you could, to look at it.
Put on the evidence to show us the evidence. Just kidding. These are different gloves. She's putting on latex gloves. The ones they're showing are very thin, plasticky paper. Much more disposable and not nearly as durable as the latex gloves she's wearing.
Do you recognize those items inside the bag?
Yes.
What are they?
These are the gloves that I collected on the night of the 3rd, excuse me.
The state would move to admit states 240, wait, what is it? Sorry, 244. And request permission.
244 is admitted.
You're right. It is a studio, not a one-bedroom.
I'm just going to take one of them out.
Okay.
All right. And I'll put the rest back in. Okay. Those are the gloves.
My Airbnb looks much bigger than that apartment.
At some point, did you observe or see any electronic devices in the apartment?
I did, yes.
How many?
I believe there were 2 tablets and 7 cell phones that we seized.
7 cell phones?
I want to
For 4
talk to
people?
you specifically about States Exhibit 219. What does that depict?
So those were 2 cellular devices that we found and seized.
On what bed were these 2 devices? And I'm going to go back to your crime scene sketch for that. So the 2 devices that we see in States Exhibit 219, going back to your crime scene sketch of 235, what bed were those devices seized from?
So they were on the bed along the west wall here at the head of this bed near the kitchen.
All right, thank you. And while you were searching this apartment, were 2 of the residents who resided inside that apartment outside?
Yes.
Who were those 2 individuals?
Rosbelly, Flores, Bello, and Argenis.
If you could adjust your microphone a little bit
so
more
sorry.
closer, yes. Just if you could scoot up a little bit, because when you speak, I'm having a hard time hearing you. And I need to make sure they can hear you over here as well. So those 2 individuals were who?
Rosbelly, Flores, Bello, and Argenis Ibarra.
And those individuals were outside.
Yes.
At some point, did you gain permission from them, and did you identify electronic devices that belonged to both of those individuals?
Yes, we did.
Rosbelly and Argenis.
Yes,
And were those devices inside the apartment as well?
they were.
With those devices, what did you do with the 2 devices that belonged to Argenis and Rosbelly?
So I did not have a conversation with Rosbelly, but there were additional agents on scene, Agent Cameron Karate and Special Agent in Charge Trent Hillsman, who had a conversation with Rosbelly and determined which phones belonged to she and Argenis. Those phones were removed from the apartment, and they processed those phones on scene.
And did those 2 give y'all consent to process their phones?
They did.
Were they waiting for you all to finish your search?
Yes.
So how long were they waiting for you? Like how long? You told us you were there 8 hours, 9 hours?
Yes, I was there approximately 8 hours, from 3:30 in the afternoon till 11:30 at night.
At some point, did Rosbelly identify 2 devices that belonged to Jose?
Yes.
And did you seize those 2 devices?
Yes, we did.
Are those 2 devices the 2 devices that we saw on the bed in the photograph that
They
we've just
are.
shown?
Yes.
It's a hearsay objection.
There won't be a confrontation issue because she's going to be our next witness. And I would offer that only for, to explain the officer's conduct about why she seized the device, but any confrontation issue will be cleared up by the next witness, or will be cured by the next witness.
So I will overrule the objection at this time. It needs to be made later. I'll reconsider.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Why not just wait till you have the right witness to admit the evidence to keep it cleaner?
245 and 246. Ask that you recognize those 2 devices, or do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
What are 245 and 246?
These are the cell phones that were located on that bed on the west wall of the apartment.
And are those the cell phones that you seized that evening?
Yes.
What did you tell us about the seizure of those 2 devices? But before I do that, I want to move to admit 245 and 246.
Your Honor, we're still maintaining our objections that in order to direct motion to suppress, but subject to those objections, we don't have any.
Those objections are noted, and I will admit it.
Admitted over their motion to suppress.
Tell us about the seizure of 245 and 246, these 2 cell phones.
So they were located, like I said earlier, on the bed along the west wall. We believed that exigent circumstances existed to seize those, even though they were not specifically written within the search warrant.
Chris, thank you for the gifted membership.
We believed we would be covered because we would not be searching those at that time. We knew that search warrants would be obtained later to search those. We were fearful that had we left them, the phones could be destroyed in any type of manner. We were also worried about the evidence located on those phones possibly being disturbed. I'm sorry, my word just left me, but being able to be wiped.
This might be a problem.
Should we not take those with us?
Could you put those two phones in airplane mode? Were you able to do that?
So we were not able to put them in airplane mode. We did not have access to them. We didn't know the codes to them and were not able to get into them.
And so if you were not able to get into them to put them in airplane mode, were you able to search those phones at all?
No.
How much clothing did you look through in that apartment?
There was a lot of clothing.
And did you look at all of it?
Yes.
And were you looking for specific items?
We were looking for specific items.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that I will link up with FBI agent.
This might be an appellate issue.
Marked for identification purposes, it states Exhibit 247.
It would have to be.
Do you recognize
substantial.
The person and those items inside that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize in that exhibit?
So that is Mr. Ibarra.
Okay. And then Mr. Ibarra in this courtroom?
Jose, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jose Ibarra.
And those items that you see in that image, were you looking for those items that evening in apartment D26?
Yes, we were.
Okay. I would move to admit 247, and I'll link it up with the next second witness.
Your Honor, my understanding is that is a photo that's derived from the forensic review of the phone. So I'm not certain. This witness says she wasn't able to search the phone. I don't think she's the proper witness to lay the foundation for it.
Well, that's why I'm going to complete the loop with Special Agent Hipkiss, but she's at least identified the defendant and the clothing that she was looking for. So I believe it's a proper thing to ask her about, and then I can, when Special Agent Hipkiss testifies, I can complete the loop of this photo.
Well, I will reconsider the admissibility once we hear the further testimony from another witness.
Thank you.
So I'm not admitting it at this time.
Okay. The items that we see in States 247, Jose Ibarra carrying and wearing, did you ever find those items inside your search of the apartment D126?
No, we did not.
I believe that's it, Your Honor. I'll pass the case.
Can I cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you conducted a search of the apartment, you were involved in the neighborhood canvass.
Yes.
And without telling me what you said, you spoke with an individual named Jennifer Slonaker.
Yes.
And while you were speaking to Ms. Slonaker, another individual kind of voluntarily joined the conversation.
Correct.
And that individual was Stephanie Slayton.
Correct.
And while you were speaking with Ms. Slayton, you were up on the second floor balcony of building D in the apartment complex.
Yes.
So you were a balcony above where the police had secured the apartment residence below.
Yes.
And you and Ms. Slayton and Ms. Slonaker could occasionally hear snippets of conversation from below.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Slayton was acting very fearful, was she not?
Yes.
And she told you that she was fearful of...
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is not hearsay because we're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but for their state of mind.
Whose state of mind? Not of the declarant who's not present.
It's for the effect on the listener, Ms. Slayton, her state of mind.
But that Ms. Slayton is not present, so that makes it hearsay and not relevant what her state of mind is. Until they get the declarant here, that is hearsay.
Vote.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just one moment.
Little spice there. First time. I do have a problem with these cell phones. The police are allowed to seize stuff that's in plain view when they're doing a search warrant if it's outside the scope of the search warrant, but only if it's readily
I'll proffer that we are calling
visible.
Ms. Layton. She's under subpoena. Will be here tomorrow. This is primarily for efficiency's sake. I just want to get some demeanor testimony and statements from Ms. Agent Mormon so we don't have to recall her.
The demeanor questions are appropriate. Anything that Ms. Slayton said, I maintain is hearsay. If Ms. Slayton takes the stand and denies saying those things, then they will have to recall this witness. But that's just putting, that does not make the statement admissible. They have to call the declarant first.
The objection is still overruled, but I agree that demeanor questions are appropriate.
Okay. So after Ms. Layton acted fearfully, you ended up moving her across the street.
No, we did not move her across the street. We finished our interview with her there and then conducted a secondary interview when we found her across the street at the gas station.
And this was across the street from the apartment complex?
Yes.
And it was later that same morning?
Yes.
When, now let's turn your attention to the search of the apartment. Basically, all of the apartment is one room, right?
Essentially, barring the bathroom.
And you would agree with me that it was pretty messy when you arrived?
Fairly.
There were piles of clothes everywhere?
Yes.
The apartment only had one closet?
Correct.
And the closet was partially filled with some boxes and other detritus?
Correct.
Okay. And you spent 8 hours, you said, searching the apartment?
Yes.
At what time into that 8 hours did you notice the cell phones on the bed?
I guess we noticed them. I started at the front door with the search. We started at the end of the bed on the right-hand side as you walk in the door. And we were going through there were several pieces of luggage that were filled with clothing that we were going through. So it wasn't until I finished the search of all those clothes that we ran into the first cell phones on the floor next to that bed.
And what, was that an hour into your search? Can you estimate how long that was?
I would have to look at the timestamps on my photographs to be for sure, but it may be an hour or two.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you did some tests for blood. Can you explain what those tests are?
Sure, so it's a presumptive blood test, so it's a phenolphthalein presumptive blood test. There was only one area in the apartment that I questioned that looked like it could possibly be blood. When you take a sample of that substance, you add different chemicals to it, and if it were to show pink, then it confirms that it is an area of blood, and then if it does not turn pink, then it's not, and it did not.
Now, in the apartment,
we'll talk about the phones in a minute.
You agree with me that there were 3 units somebody could sleep on?
Sure.
There was the couch on the
two
right
beds.
side and 2 beds.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were 5 residents that lived in that house or apartment?
It's only aware of 4.
Okay. Were you aware that the queen side bed on the left side of the apartment was being shared?
On the left, are you talking about the west wall?
Yes.
Where we found the phones?
Yes.
I did not know if it was being shared.
Okay, the police have to stay within the scope of the warrant. That means they can't seize or search things that aren't listed
to interview Ms. Layton
unless they have justification.
I did.
And without telling us anything that she said, did you observe her demeanor?
Yes.
Were you able to get close enough to her to see if you could smell or determine if she was under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
What was your impression of her, whether she was under the influence of alcohol at the time that you were talking to her?
I would say that she was. She smelled very strongly of alcohol.
And your test for blood, you did only one presumptive test in the apartment.
Yes.
Is the first part of the process a visual examination?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because what you see tells you information that you need.
So is there any way for you to spray the entire apartment with something to see if there's blood, or do you actually look for blood first and then test it if you suspect it?
we actually look for it first.
With your eyes. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Gladys?
No, Your Honor.
Should she be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection. Subject to recall for the.
I think we might have a break here. Let's see.
Take direction, if you would, from Ms. Ross.
Yes, sir. I'll bring her back if she's needed, and I'll keep in contact with her.
Very well.
Subject to recall.
This is probably a good time to take a recess. We'll take 10 minutes.
Quick 10-minute break here. There's no jury to leave, so we're ready. Okay, let me tell you this: the police seizing the phone. This is a problem for me for one reason. Police have to stay within the scope of the warrant. That means that anything that they search or seize has to be listed specifically in the warrant. That's why warrants are written. They get warrants written so you can search certain things and take certain things. Now, they can take stuff that is beyond that scope if they have justification. It needs to, first of all, be in plain sight. It needs to be something that they were like, well, doing what we were allowed to do in the warrant, we saw the bloody murder weapon. We can take that too, even though we didn't have it on the warrant. They can take that because it has to be in plain sight and it has to be readily apparent that it was evidence or used in the crime. It has to be readily apparent, and I think that is where they fail on this phone issue, because just because they're phones does not mean they're evidence in the crime. There were lots of phones. Taking all the phones because one of them might be evidence in the crime is a problem. And also, she says she was there for, 8 hours? Get another warrant for the phones. They're not coming in while you're searching it. You've got plenty of time. Just get another warrant and make it clean. But no, I'm a little fuzzy is what I am. Let's there. Now I'm focused. I'm feeling much more focused now. Anyway, that's my complaint, is that that it's dirty. The phone's being taken as evidence and searched. I believe, yes, later on they did get a proper warrant before they searched them. But seizure is part of that. Search and seizure, it falls under the same thing. Exigent circumstances would be like the car was about to roll off the cliff into the fiery inferno abyss, and I had to grab the evidence that I didn't have a warrant for before it went out, through the window. That's exigent circumstances, not like, oh, let's grab those two. I don't think exigent applies here. It feels just a tiny bit sloppy. 8 hours to search that tiny place. They searched everything. I don't think they missed much, which is good. They believed they would be deleted, but they didn't do anything about it. We haven't heard if they put them in what's called a Faraday cage, which is like a copper-lined bag that blocks radio signals, so they can't be reached remotely. They didn't have the password to them. They couldn't put them in airplane mode. But I don't know. Maybe they did put them in a Faraday cage. But I still would have got a warrant just as soon as possible. Before I left the premises, I would get another warrant. It's not that hard to do. Of course, thinking about that, you get a warrant, you'll have to list in that application to the warrant to the judge why you think you should be able to take this evidence, what you're looking for. 8 hours in basically one room. How many people did they bring in? I'm guessing there were more people searching that room than lived in that apartment. And they were like shoulder to shoulder for 8 hours in there. Just smelling the beans that were sitting on the counter. I don't know if we haven't heard anything about the phones yet, as far as if they got any evidence. It could be an appellate issue down the road, possibly. I know the judge has already ruled and said it's okay. He overruled their motion in limine to keep this evidence from the cell phones out. So there must be something on it if defense doesn't want it brought in, possibly location information, which could be pretty incriminating. But it has to be substantial for this to be appellate. But it could. I think the case stands up without it, though. I think there's going to be plenty of evidence without those phones. I would always assume there's a phone or a computer involved. They said they inspected every single piece of clothing, Samantha. You're right. They could have held the scene as someone quick typed. Yes. Richard, this is what I'm saying. Make it clean. Do it right. First of all, if you're conducting a search warrant, know what your warrant covers. Know what it covers and what it doesn't cover. And if you've written it broad enough to allow you to cover everything, great. If the judge signs off and says, yeah, you can take anything you need out of the apartment, that's great. But if the warrant isn't written that way and you find something that's not covered, get a new warrant. It's not like you have like a quota and the judge is like, well, I only sign one search warrant a day and you've already got yours. No, you can just get another. They literally have judges on call like 24/7 in most areas just to sign warrants and things like that. I just don't like it. I wish it were cleaner. That's all. All right. Things are working. Sound is working now, I think. So let's see. Yes, we have sound there. We have sound here. Okay, so let me check 3. Different mouse. This mouse. All right, I think we're all good on the sound now. All right, we are on day 2 of this trial. So if this is the first you've heard of it, you're not too far back. But the way things are going, I don't think this is going to last more than 2 weeks. We are moving through witnesses really quickly, partially because it's a bench trial and not a jury trial. But I like that we're getting a little bit of spice in the between counsel and the prosecution. Not doing a poster for this case, Cyberator, but, well, we could. I'm not doing a thumbnail. Red Pen, did we start a poster? I'm not sure if we did. Hang on. I don't like my thumbnail. When does Sarah Boone start again? We will be down there. We'll have Trial TV Live is going to be down there for court, I think, early December. Is it December 5th? December 2nd for sentencing? Then we have, I think, Benefield in Orlando as well. Oh, another one up in Orlando. We've got a couple things coming up out of Florida, early December and January. Yeah, I agree, Red Pen. This is a tough one to make a poster for. We might sit this one out. Can someone briefly tell me what just happened at the end? We went to a break. We're sitting at break right now. Does that count? Let me see if I can get this buzz filtered out. There's part of it. Let's grab the other half. 2.7 on that one. Okay, that's a lot cleaner. That's better. Krista, so the end of this point where we're at, this trial is bugging me in one area, and that is that they're not clean in how they admit evidence. They're saying it's okay, it's not hearsay because later on we're going to call the witness, and we'll just make it right then, but we'll admit it now. I don't like that. We're blurring lines all over the place. Oh my goodness, I missed a whole bunch of comments. Let me jump and get those while we're still at break. Jennifer Juniper, member for 10 months. Thank you very much. No place I'd rather be. Thank you, Jennifer. No place we wouldn't want you to be anywhere else. That's what I'm trying to say. Holly Mack gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Shells, member for 22 months. OG. Yay, Shells. Thank you. Thank you. Good to have you here. Krista, OG, what's up with the color? Is it my color? It's because I messed with my cameras over the weekend. I'll have to adjust it. Ricky Watson, another one of our OGs, member for 20 months. Thank you all for letting me still hang around with you all. You're welcome, Ricky. Good to have you here. Weegob, member for 11 months, nearly orange. Mandy Winslow is orange, 12 months on the dot. Congratulations. Member of the jury as well. Thank you, Mandy, for your additional support. Janice, member for 17 months. Love spending my time here with y'all. Selena K, the best sound and picture on YouTube. Thank you, Selena. Appreciate that. Tash, member for 17 months. Wow, how time flies. How the amazing mods and RA family. The mods are incredible. Love my family as well. Thank you. Katie Bug, thank you and RA and mods for all you do. Thank you, Katie Bug, for your support. Debo1, the very best. RA family, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. And Chris Wallace gifted a membership as well. Thank you all. Thank you all. I'm feeling better now that the sound is working again. I'm sort of embarrassed. I upgraded the connection from my computer to the switcher, and I didn't realize that now my switcher is overriding and controlling the audio on my computer. So I was trying to change my computer's volume when it's now controlled by the switcher. It supersedes. And so, yeah, I learned that today. The switcher is very powerful. Pamcake's been here since the beginning. Pamcakes, thank you very much. Another OG. Let's see. I'm wearing orange hoodie now. Ireland's Princess. I love it. I think I see it in your profile picture as well. I guess some of the way they admit evidence is because it's a bench trial. My YouTube lawyer training did not cover bench trials, though. It still was frustrating because you know how lawyers get caught up with something, and unless they have like a paralegal who's tracking every document and checking the box, remembering, we have to circle back here and complete this step. It gets messy, and there might be pieces. It could be problems down the road. Lori just met Travis Scott. It was amazing. Lori, enjoy Las Vegas. I'd like to say I have a bench warrant there. I don't. I used to work there, though. Used to travel there for sales and take people out to eat at all the fancy restaurants on my company's dime. Not my company, but the company I worked for. It was a lot of fun. First time I've ever paid more than $1,000 to take somebody out to dinner. Wow. I'm glad that wasn't out of my pockets. Good food, though. I never knew you could light ice cream on fire as well. That was neat. It's really easy to be a Monday morning quarterback. It is. And I would much rather be a Monday morning quarterback than the one who takes the hits. It's hard to judge that way, and thank you for pointing that out. It's from my vantage point. Yeah, it's easy to call out mistakes. It's a little bit different to do it yourself in court. Bing! What was that? Where did the ding come from? I don't know where that ding... Oh, it's my phone? No. It's that computer. Okay, I'll turn that one down. JM, keep your gift settings on. I'm sure eventually we'll get you back in green. I don't have a recent update on Jules. She was recovering nicely previously. I haven't seen Peter's video yet. I'll have to look at that. The interesting thing is that most of the prep work was done expecting a jury. And now even the way they make their arguments is different now. It's fun to be it's fun to watch that digging fries are done. Good song reference. Let's see. Is the court feed that's buzzing? Yes, it is. I can swap it out for a different one. How about, let's do this one. Is that better? Let's jump to this one. Hopefully the audio is working great on this one now.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Kimby, you and me both. I have to always check, taking my headphones off and check and see if I'm still hearing it. I want to see, well, we've got it quiet. I want to see if I can take out the rest of that buzz. Oh, no, it's not quiet. We're back in court. I think. There we go. I want to see the judges tie for some reason.
Before the next witness is called, let me announce that this next witness is not to be filmed or photographed. So I'm going to ask the video to turn away from this witness, and I've already spoken to the still photographer about that. All right? You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Rosbelly, Flores, Bayo. And, Your Honor, we will also be using interpreter Carlos Flores.
All right. That's fine. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear that you will truthfully and accurately translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability.
I did, Judge, to the best of my ability.
State your name, please.
Carlos T. Lares, L-A-R-E-S, and state certified court interpreter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lares. Come on.
Thank you, Frida B. Congratulations on 19 months.
All right.
You may have to bend it down some. All right.
Okay. Will you raise your right hand?
Levante, por favor, la mano derecha. Como pueda.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to present in the state versus Jose Antonio Ibarra shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad en el caso del estado de Georgia contra Jose Ibarra. ¿Lo jura por Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Judge, if we could just have just a second. We're just trying to figure out the interpreter situation so that it's not 4 different times of translation. I just like to explain to Mr. Ibarra.
That'll be fine. Take a moment.
give them a minute to get this all sorted. He shouldn't need an interpreter because everything's going to be in Spanish. Sort of. Can we just have one interpreter?
Will you state your name for the record?
Para que conste en la acta. Rosbelly, Lisbel,
Flores Bello.
Flores Bello.
And can you spell that?
Puedes deletrear tus nombres y apellidos.
R
O
S
S
B
B
E
L
L
I
E
E
L
L
I
S
S B
perdón
B
B B
E
A R
Flores
Bello. Rosbelli. Second word Elis. Bar. Flores Bello.
And where are you from, Miss Flores Bello?
Señora Flores Bello, ¿de dónde es usted?
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
And how long have you been here in the United States?
¿Cuánto tiempo ya tiene en los Estados Unidos?
Un año.
A year.
Un año y 5 meses.
A year and 5 months.
Okay, and when did you, what month did you come here?
¿En qué mes llegó usted aquí?
En septiembre del año pasado.
In September of last year.
And who did you come here with?
¿Y con quién aquí se mueve? ¿Con quién está?
Aquí ahorita.
Here right now?
And when you came to the United States, who did you come here with?
¿Con quién vino a los Estados Unidos cuando vino la primera vez?
Con mi pareja.
With my partner.
Okay. And where did you live first before you came here to Athens?
¿Y dónde vivió usted primero antes de llegar a Athens?
En Queens, Nueva York.
In Queens, New York.
Okay. And while you were there, did you meet the defendant, Jose Ibarra?
Estando entonces allá, ¿conoció usted al acusado, el señor Jose Ibarra?
Sí.
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
¿Cómo fue que lo conoció?
Por medio de la suegra.
Through a mother-in-law.
Did you get to know him well in New York?
¿Lo llegaste a conocer bien en Nueva York?
No, duré como un mes conociéndolo. Cuando me vine aquí a Athens tenía como un mes conociéndolo.
No, a month knowing him. When I arrived in Athens, I have known him for a month.
And what do you call him?
¿Y cómo lo llama usted a él?
Víctor.
Victor.
Is that the nickname that other people call him as well?
También otras personas lo llaman a él por ese nombre, ¿sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
So tell us about coming to Athens. Why did you come? Why did you leave New York to come to Athens?
Cuéntenos sobre el venirse a Athens. ¿Por qué dejó Nueva York para venirse aquí a Athens?
Porque él me dijo que aquí había posibilidad de trabajo, pues el hermano.
Because he told me that there would be a possibility of finding work here. The brother, el hermano.
El hermano de él lo llamaba constante de que aquí había trabajo y por eso fue.
His brother called him constantly, telling him that there was work here. That was why.
Por eso fue que nos dirigimos acá.
We decided to come here.
And when you said his brother told you, who are you talking about? Which one of his brothers?
Cuando te refieres a que el hermano les dijo, ¿a cuál de sus hermanos te refieres?
Diego Ibarra.
Diego Ibarra.
And did he have any other brothers that you got to know?
¿Llegaste a conocer a otros hermanos que él tenía?
Argenis Ibarra.
Argenis Ibarra.
And was there anyone else that you got to know that you lived with while you were here in Athens?
¿Alguien más que llegaste a conocer que vivió con ustedes aquí en Athens?
Giancarlo Hernández.
Giancarlos Hernández.
Okay. And how did you get to Athens?
¿Y cómo llegaron a Athens?
En Nueva York pedimos en Manhattan,
In New York, we asked in Manhattan,
en el Hotel Roosevelt.
and Hotel Roosevelt.
De Manhattan pedimos un vuelo humanitario aquí hasta
In,
acá, hasta Atlanta.
in Manhattan, we requested for a humanitarian flight to come here to Atlanta.
And when was that?
¿Y cuándo fue eso?
Como el de 9 a 10 de septiembre.
Around the 9th, 10th of September.
And where did you go when you arrived in Athens?
Y cuando llegó a Athens, ¿a dónde fue?
Al aeropuerto Airport.
To the airport.
Al aeropuerto de Atlanta.
Airport.
Jackson Airport.
Atlanta Airport, Jackson Airport.
And then you came to Athens?
Y luego llegaron y se vinieron a Athens.
Me fui a recoger un amigo de Diego Ibarra.
A friend of Diego Ibarra came over to pick us up.
And where did you live when you were in Athens?
¿Y dónde entonces terminaron viviendo cuando llegaron a Athens?
A donde a él lo arrestaron.
Where he was arrested.
Was that the Argo Apartments?
Interpreter requires a repetition.
Was that the Argo Apartments?
Los apartamentos Argo.
Creo.
¿Sí o no?
Sí, a donde a él lo arrestaron. No me sé el nombre de...
Yes, where he was arrested. I do not know the name.
Do you remember if it was apartment D126?
¿Recuerda si era el apartamento D126?
Sí.
Yes.
So who got the apartment? Do you know who secured the apartment for everyone?
¿Quién consiguió el apartamento? ¿Quién lo alquiló para todos?
Argenis Ibarra. Estaba a nombre de Argenis.
Argenis Ibarra. It was under Argenis.
So when you arrived, when you and Jose arrived to Athens, who was already living in the
Cuando
apartment?
usted llegó con José, ¿quiénes ya estaban en Athens en ese apartamento?
Diego solamente.
Only Diego.
Okay. And then when did Juan Carlos join you at the apartment?
¿Y cuándo fue que Giancarlo se unió a ustedes en el apartamento?
Como a mediados de noviembre.
Like around the middle of November.
And did you work while you were here in Athens? Were you able to find work?
¿Trabajó usted cuando estuvo aquí en Athens? ¿Pudo conseguir trabajo?
Sí.
Yes.
And where did you work?
¿Y dónde trabajó?
En Wendy.
In Wendy's.
And how many hours did you work every day? Did you work every other day?
¿Cuántas horas? ¿Trabajabas todos los días? ¿Trabajabas un día sí, un día no?
No, en Wendy tenía 2 días libres.
No, in Wendy's I had 2 free days.
Okay. And that was the only place that you worked when you were here in Athens?
¿Ese fue el único lugar donde trabajó usted aquí en Athens?
No.
No.
Where else did you work?
¿En qué otro lugar trabajaste?
En un restaurante coreano.
In a Korean restaurant.
And did any one of your roommates work with you at the Korean restaurant?
¿Y alguno de tus roommates trabajaron contigo en el restaurante coreano?
Sí.
Yes.
Who worked there with you?
¿Quién más trabajó allí contigo?
Argenis Ibarra y José Antonio Ibarra.
Okay.
Argenis Ibarra and Jose Antonio Ibarra.
And you mentioned Jose. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Mencionaste a José. ¿Lo ves aquí en la sala de audiencias?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us, can you point him out telling us what he's wearing?
¿Puedes señalarlo, decirnos qué lleva puesto?
Una camisa de rayas,
A gray striped
y
shirt
un pantalón negro, creo.
and I think a black pants.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Jose Antonio Ibarra, as her roommate. And then, can you describe the apartment that you lived in?
¿Puedes describirnos por dentro el apartamento en el que vivían?
No era muy grande.
It wasn't too big.
Todos dormíamos en la misma área.
All of us slept in the same area.
José Antonio compartía la cama con Diego Ibarra, el hermano.
Jose Antonio will share the bed with his brother Diego Ibarra.
Mi persona compartía la cama con Argenis Ibarra.
Myself shared the bed with Argenis Ibarra.
Y Giancarlito dormía en un sofá que estaba allí.
And Giancarlitos slept in a sofa that was there.
And where was your bed? What wall was your bed on?
Su cama. ¿En qué pared? ¿Dónde estaba su cama?
Entrábamos al departamento de mano izquierda.
Entering the apartment on the left.
Okay. That's where
Left?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what she said.
Repítele que no te entendió lo que dijiste.
It should be on the right.
Entrando al departamento a mano izquierda.
Entering the apartment on the left side.
Antes de llegar a la cocina estaba su cama.
She was asleep
Before
on the right.
making it to the kitchen was the bed there.
She was asleep on the right before.
La cama más grande entonces.
Que tenía dos colchones.
It had 2 mattresses.
Okay. And then who slept on the sofa?
¿Quién dormía en el sofá?
Giancarlo Hernández.
Giancarlos Hernández.
Defense
And who
caught that
slept
as
on the
well.
bed closest to the window?
¿Y quién dormía en la cama cercana a la ventana?
Mi persona con Argenis.
Myself with Argenis.
Okay. And did you guys did you use nicknames when you talked about each other or talked to each other?
Cuando se hablaban ustedes, conversaban entre ustedes, usaban apodos para referirse a ustedes.
No, yo lo llamaba, él me llamaba gorda.
No, he called me gorda.
Okay. What did they call Diego?
Y a Diego, ¿cómo lo llamaban?
Diego.
Diego.
Did you ever hear Diego called El Gocho?
¿Escuchaste a Diego ser referido como el gocho?
Ah, sí, el gocho.
Ah, yes, el gocho.
And did you ever hear Argenis called Manny?
Y oíste a Argenis llamarlo Manny, o Manny.
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 Yes,
Manny.
Manny.
And then Juan Carlos, was he called Carlito?
Y a Juan Carlos lo llamaban Carlitos.
Giancarlito.
Giancarlitos.
Giancarlito.
Giancarlitos.
And who were you closest to when you were living in the apartment?
Viviendo en el apartamento, ¿con quién tenías más intimidad, más cercanía?
Argenis.
Argenis.
And I'm going to talk about the February 22nd, the day of the murder of Laken Riley.
Vamos a hablar entonces del asesinato de Laken Riley que ocurrió el 22 de febrero.
Did you, do you remember what time you woke up that day?
¿Recuerdas ese día a qué hora te despertaste?
Yo me levanté como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
I woke up around 10 to 11 in the morning.
And what did you do?
¿Y qué hiciste?
What were you doing that day?
¿Qué hiciste ese día?
El día antes o cuando fueron los arrestaron.
Which day? The day before or the day that they came to arrest us?
The day before.
El día anterior.
El día anterior, bueno, me paré como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
Un momento. The day before I woke up between 10 and 11 in the morning.
Ajá, nos pusimos a hacer, me puse a hacer comida con Argenis.
I began to cook with Argenis food.
Nos fuimos al trabajo Argenis y mi persona.
Argenis and myself went to work.
Y quedaron Diego y José Antonio quedaron en la casa.
And Diego and Jose Antonio remained at the house.
Were they awake or asleep when you woke up? Were they awake or asleep when you woke up?
¿Estaban ellos despiertos o acostados cuando?
Sí, cuando nosotros nos fuimos a trabajar ellos estaban en la cama acostados.
Asleep, yes. When we left to work, they were in bed sleeping.
And then where was Carlito and Juan Carlos in the apartment that day?
¿Y estaba Juan Carlitos en el apartamento ese día? No.
Okay. And then what time did you return home?
¿A qué hora entonces regresaste a casa ese día?
Como a las 10 de la noche.
Around 10 p.m.
And who was there when you got home at 10 o'clock?
¿Quiénes estaban allí cuando llegaste a las 10?
Todos.
All of them.
And at what point did you learn that someone had been killed near your house?
¿Cuándo fue que te enteraste que alguien había sido asesinado cerca de la casa?
Esa noche.
That night.
And how did you, without saying what they said, how did you find out?
¿Cómo te enteraste de lo que había ocurrido?
Porque yo siempre cuando llegaba de trabajar me sentaba afuera fumando un cigarro.
Because every time I came back from work, I would sit outside to smoke a cigarette.
Y estaba un vecino del frente, un puertorriqueño.
And there was a neighbor from across, Puerto Rican.
Y vi mucho policía.
And I saw a lot of police.
Y le pregunté yo a él qué estaba pasando.
So I asked him what was happening.
Y él me dijo a mí, no, hay un muerto.
And he said to me, no, there is a dead person.
We'll move on. So you,
Sustain the objection.
we'll move on. And so you learned that someone had been killed near your apartment.
Entonces conoció que habían asesinado a alguien cerca del apartamento. ¿Sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So then you went to bed that night, and when did you wake up the next day?
Entonces se acostó esa noche y al día siguiente, ¿a qué hora se despertó?
No, ese día yo entré y le dije a Argeni, le comenté a Argeni.
Un momento. No, that day I came back in and I mentioned to Argenis
Lo que estaba pasando.
what was happening.
Argenis o sea, lo dijo en voz alta ahí en el departamento.
Argenis mentioned it in a loud voice in the apartment.
Wait, you can't say what he.
Yes. Un momento, no puedes decir lo que otra persona dijo.
I'll consider that when given instruction, and he'll interpret the instruction.
Okay, we'll clean it up.
Thank you.
Okay, you can't say what Argenis said.
No puedes decir lo que otra persona dijo, ¿ok?
Okay, but listening to him, you knew that Argenis knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, the interpreter requires a repetition.
Listening to Argenis, you knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, escuchando de Argenis, enteraste que algo había ocurrido en el apartamento.
No.
No.
Yo fui la que le dije a Argenis.
I was the one who told Argenis.
Okay.
Y Argenis comentó en el departamento.
And Argenis mentioned it inside the apartment.
Okay, without saying what he said, but he told everyone else.
Él entonces hizo la mención a todos los demás. ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then, what did you all do next?
¿Y qué fue lo próximo entonces que hiciste?
Me metí al baño y me acosté a dormir.
I went into the bathroom and then I slept.
Okay, was there any reaction from any of your roommates? Not what they said, but did anyone act strange or concerned when they found out that a murder had taken
¿Hubo
place?
alguna reacción sobre tus compañeros de habitación? No sobre lo que Argenis dijo, sino sobre lo que habían conocido, que había ocurrido.
No.
Okay.
No.
And what woke you up the next morning?
¿Qué fue lo que la despertó la mañana siguiente?
Oficiales.
The officers.
How did that happen?
¿Cómo ocurrió?
Entraron y dijeron que nos levantáramos todos.
They entered and they told us, for all of us, to wake up.
Primero agarraron a Argenis.
They first grabbed Argenis.
Luego a Diego. No, primero a Diego, luego a Argenis.
No, first Diego, later Argenis.
Y luego entraron al departamento. José Antonio estaba dormido y mi persona también estaba.
Then they entered the apartment. Jose Antonio was asleep and I myself was too asleep.
Y a nosotros dos nos levantaron que saliéramos del departamento.
They awoken both of us, asking us to walk out of the apartment.
Okay. After a certain time, did you go down to the Clark County Police Department and give a statement?
Después de haber pasado cierto tiempo, terminó usted siendo llevada al departamento de la policía de Athens Clark y dio usted una declaración.
Sí.
And was that on February 23rd, that same day that they woke you up in your apartment?
Eso fue el mismo día, el 23 de febrero, el que vinieron al apartamento. Yes.
And did you also give a statement to Officer Sand on March 4th at Julio Maldonado's apartment?
Usted también le dio una declaración al oficial de la policía Sayán el 4 de marzo en el apartamento de Julio Maya.
Maldonado.
Sí.
And did they show you some photographs and video?
Le mostraron algunas fotografías, algunos videos.
And were you able to identify anyone in any of the videos?
¿Pudo usted reconocer en esa fotografía o en esos videos a alguien?
En un video.
En el video.
Okay, I'm going to show you some photographs.
Te van a mostrar ahora unas fotografías aquí en la pantalla.
First, I'm going to ask you about your roommates.
Son preguntas que ella te va a hacer ahora sobre tus compañeros del apartamento.
Okay. Starting with State's Exhibit 179. If you could look at the screen.
Entonces, la fotografía marcada como 1-179, prueba de la fiscalía.
Do you recognize that person?
Do
you recognize that person?
¿Reconoce usted a esa persona?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
¿Quién es?
Diego Ibarra.
Diego Ibarra.
Thank you. And is that who you called El Gocho?
A él es a quien llaman el Gocho. El Gocho.
And State's Exhibit 185. Who is that?
Estoy mostrando la fotografía de la fiscalía 185. ¿Quién es él?
Argenis Ibarra.
Okay.
Argenis Ibarra.
Is that Manny?
Manny.
Ese es Manny. Manny.
And who is that?
¿Quién es él?
José Antonio Ibarra.
José Antonio Ibarra.
Okay. And Your Honor, if we could toggle over, I'm going to show her some video.
Te voy a mostrar ahora un video.
Toggle over to, let's see. 30 seconds. Do you recognize anyone in that video?
¿Reconoce usted a alguien en ese video?
Who do you see in that video?
¿A quién ve usted en el video?
José Antonio Ibarra.
José Antonio Ibarra.
And how do you recognize him?
¿Cómo sabes que es él? ¿Cómo lo reconoces?
Por la gorra.
The cap.
Y las cholas.
And loafers.
Okay. When you say cholas, how can you describe them?
Cuando dices la palabra cholas, ¿qué son?
Sandalias.
Like sandals?
Chanclas.
Chanclas.
Okay. Can you translate the word chanclas?
The interpreter only can translate the word that she is referring to. Chanclas.
Would you say the word flip-flops?
Serían como las chancletas que usan aquí. Sí. Yes.
And do you remember talking to the officers and thinking about something that you saw in that video that I just showed you?
¿Recuerdas haber conversado con los oficiales sobre el video y lo que habías visto? How?
Okay. Did you remember? Oh, let me rephrase my question. Did you notice or recognize an article of clothing in that video?
Ella te rehace la pregunta. ¿Reconociste algo de la ropa de la persona que llevaba en ese video puesta?
Sí, la gorra,
las
chanclas.
The cap, the sandals.
Did you see what he was putting into the dumpster? Did you see an item?
Que estaba poniendo en el contenedor de basura.
What did you see?
¿Qué vistes?
Un suéter.
A sweater.
Okay. And had you seen that sweater before?
¿Habías visto ese suéter anteriormente?
Tell us about that sweater.
Sí.
When did you see it?
Yes. Dinos sobre el suéter. ¿Cuándo lo vistes?
Desde que me vine de Nueva York.
Since I came from New York.
Had you seen Jose Ibarra wear that sweater?
¿Habías visto a José Ibarra ponerse ese suéter? Yes.
Did you have any thoughts about him throwing that sweater into the dumpster?
Objection.
Calls for speculation.
Did you mention anything?
So I'll sustain the objection.
Did you mention any to the law enforcement officers anything about that sweater that you thought strange?
¿Hiciste algún comentario a los oficiales policiales sobre ese suéter que viste en el video? No.
Okay. When you saw Jose throwing this sweater into the dumpster, what did you think about that? Or what did you notice?
Judge, I'm also going to object because I don't know that this witness was not there to see the activity that's depicted on the video. The court is equally able to interpret the video shows.
I'll overrule the objection as to what she might have noticed.
Did it seem strange to you that Jose was throwing that jacket away?
¿Te pareció extraño a ti que estaba José botando, tirando esa chaqueta?
Sí.
Yes.
And you called it the item a sweater. Was it worn as a sweater or as a jacket?
El suéter se lo ponía él más que como un suéter, lo usaba como una chaqueta. Okay. Like a jacket.
And then talking about the hat, was it unusual for the brothers to exchange clothing?
Hablando sobre el sombrero o la cachucha, era inusual que los hermanos, you said, interpreter requires again, you said.
Was it unusual for the brothers to share clothing?
Era inusual que los hermanos intercambiaran, se pusieran la ropa.
Sí, sí, se intercambiaban ambos, Diego y José Antonio.
Yes, they would interchange it. Diego and José Antonio would.
They would wear each other's clothes?
Se ponían entonces la misma ropa. Yes.
And for the record, I did want to identify that video as the UFB 32 dumpster video from Exhibit 172. I think that's all I have. And with that, I will pass the witness.
Te
van a interrogar ahora ellos.
While he's doing that, let me, some of this has been cleared up, but if you would instruct the witness that she needs to answer out loud, yes or no, not shake heads.
El juez quiere aclarar algo, ¿no? Cuando te pidan que respondas, no respondas con mover la cabeza. Siempre responde verbalmente, sí o no, siempre. Okay. Excuse me for that. No problem.
Good morning.
See the east-west side of the room.
Good
Issue
morning.
on the beds. See if they address that first.
I want to follow up with just a few questions, please.
Quiero entonces hacerle solo algunas pocas preguntas, por favor.
So you were asked a minute ago about when you first came to the U.S., right?
Hace unos minutos le preguntaron cuándo fue que vino por primera vez a los Estados Unidos, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
And am I right that you came in the summer of 2023?
¿Es correcto decir que usted llegó en el verano del 2023?
En mayo.
In May the 3rd.
Thank you. And that was, you went directly to New York City?
Y fue directamente a Nueva York.
No, estaba en El Paso.
No, in El Paso I was.
Okay. But you didn't stay there long, is that what I understand?
Pero yo entiendo que no se quedó allí mucho tiempo. No.
And so the first place that you stayed for any period of time was New York City, is that right?
Entonces es correcto decir que el primer lugar donde estuvo por algún periodo de tiempo fue Nueva York.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then during the summer of 2023, you met first Maylene Franco, is that right?
Y durante el verano del 2023 conoció usted primero a Maylene Blanco, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And Maylene's daughter is Laken Franco, correct?
Y la hija de Maylene es Leili Franco, ¿correcto?
Laylin Franco.
¿Perdón?
Laylin.
Lailín Franco.
Laylene, thank you.
Gracias.
And Laylene was married to Jose Antonio Ibarra.
Y Laylene está casada con José Antonio Ibarra. Yes.
And I'm just trying to establish how you met Jose Antonio.
Yo solamente estoy tratando de establecer cómo fue que conoció usted a José Antonio. Okay.
But it was first through his mother-in-law, Maylene Franco, right?
Así que primero fue a través de la suegra de él, Maylene Franco, ¿correcto? Sí. Yes.
Okay. And the way I understand it, your friend and Laylene lived in a hotel that was turned into an apartment for immigrants.
De la manera como lo he entendido es que usted y Laylene vivieron en un hotel que luego fue transformado allá como en un complejo de apartamentos. No.
Where was Laylene living at the time?
¿En dónde vivía Laylene?
En el Crown Plaza.
En Crown Plaza.
Queens.
Crown Plaza, that had been a hotel but was now an apartment. Or was used to as a place for migrants to live.
El Crown Plaza, que después fue transformado como un lugar de apartamentos usados para entonces darle vivienda a los inmigrantes que llegaron.
Sí.
Yes.
And at some point during that summer, you and Jose Antonio, well, first of all, let me interrupt. Did you call him Jose Antonio or did you call him Victor?
Entonces, en un momento, en ese verano, usted y José Antonio, discúlpeme que le interrumpa, ¿usted lo llamaba a él José Antonio o usted lo llamaba a él Víctor? Víctor.
So at some point during that summer, did you and Victor end up living in a car for a few weeks?
Durante ese verano, por algún tiempo, terminó Víctor, ustedes viviendo dentro de un carro por algunas semanas.
Sí.
Yes.
And the car was parked near the Crown Plaza.
Y el carro estaba estacionado cerca del Crown Plaza.
Sí, al frente.
Yes, across.
Across the street.
Yeah. Cruzando la calle.
No, la acera estaba estacionada.
No.
Saliendo del Crown.
Right by the sidewalk, the car was parked there, just walking out of the Crown.
And through Victor, you learned that his brother Diego was in Athens.
Y a través de Víctor conociste que Diego, su hermano, estaba en Athens.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. And Diego had invited Victor to come to Athens to get out of New York.
Y Diego había invitado a Víctor que se viniera a Athens para salir de Nueva York.
Porque aquí había oportunidades de trabajo.
Because here there were work opportunities.
Okay. And then Victor also mentioned to you, why don't you come also?
Y también Víctor te lo mencionó a ti para que también diciéndote, ven también tú.
Sí.
Yes.
And so that's how the two of you ended up flying down to Atlanta and then getting a ride over to Athens.
Así que así fue como entonces terminaron volando a Atlanta y de Atlanta consiguieron una carrerita hasta Athens.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in D126, it was just Diego there at the time.
Y en aquel momento, para interpreter requires a repetition, you mentioned a date.
It was only Diego who was living in the apartment when you first arrived?
Diego, entonces era la única persona que vivía en ese apartamento cuando llegaste allá.
Sí.
Yes.
Argenis was living in Florida?
Argenis estaba viviendo en Florida.
Yes.
Yes.
How was your English?
¿Cómo era tu inglés?
Muy poco.
Very little.
So that you got a job at Wendy's at first?
¿Y tu primer trabajo te lo dieron en Wendy's?
Yes.
Yes.
And Victor also?
Y Víctor también.
Yes.
Yes.
Argenis came maybe in October, September, October.
Argenis se vino como en octubre, septiembre, octubre.
Noviembre.
November.
And then Argenis, the three of you got the job at the Korean restaurant.
Y los tres de ustedes consiguieron trabajar en el restaurante coreano.
Yes.
Yes.
And was the name of it Utachi?
El nombre Utachi.
En realidad no recuerdo el nombre.
In reality, I don't remember the name.
Queda aquí atrás.
It's right behind here.
And you didn't use any gloves when you worked there, did you?
¿Tú no utilizabas guantes cuando trabajaste allí?
No.
No.
And then it was a little bit later after Argenis came to live in D126. John Carlos came.
Un poquito después de que Argenis llegó a vivir en el apartamento de 126, llegó entonces Giancarlos.
No, primero llegó Giancarlitos.
No,
Is he translating well?
Giancarlitos first arrived.
Después bajó Argenis de Florida.
After Argenis came from Florida.
And
Defense doesn't agree with that.
is John Carlitos, is he related to the brothers?
Giancarlito está relacionado, tiene parentesco con los hermanos.
Bueno, que se conocían desde allá, desde donde vivían en Venezuela.
Only that they knew each other from where they all are from in Venezuela. More from them, I do not know.
Diego, you identified Diego in a picture, but let me just ask you, he is a little bit taller than Victor, correct?
Tú identificaste a Diego en una fotografía, pero déjame preguntarte, él es un poquito más alto que... you said Diego is a little bit taller.
A little taller than Victor.
Más alto que Víctor.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little bit.
And at the time, anyway, Diego was thinner than Victor.
Y para aquel momento Diego era más flaco.
Sí.
Yes.
And that morning, you testified that Thursday morning of February 22nd.
Esa mañana de febrero, el jueves 22 de febrero.
You woke up after 10 but before 11, as I understand it?
Entiendo que se despertó después de las 10, pero antes de las 11, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you woke up in your bed, Diego and Victor were both asleep in their bed, correct?
Y cuando usted se despertó, estando en su cama, Diego y Víctor estaban dormidos todavía en sus camas.
Sí.
Yes.
And you didn't notice anything that morning as far as anyone leaving the apartment.
Y usted esa mañana no se dio cuenta con respecto a cualquiera de alguien salir del apartamento. No.
That's all, thank you.
Esas son todas las preguntas que le quiere hacer.
We should eventually hear from the brother.
Si te va a hacer otra.
It'd be interesting to hear what he thinks, as they're trying to say it could have been him.
Nothing further.
No hay ninguna otra pregunta. Estás excusada.
Any objection to excusing her, Mr. Donovan?
No objection.
Okay.
Ok, no hay ninguna
You may
objeción.
go down.
Ok, eso es todo. Entonces puedes salir.
Gracias.
You're welcome.
She's going to walk in front of the camera. Cameraman needs to be aware. Tilt up, tilt up, tilt up. There we go. Now we admire the
Call your
woodwork.
next witness.
Sid, call Special Agent Jamie Hicks.
She's gone by.
And while Special Agent Hipkiss is entering the room, Your Honor, we do have another stipulation of the parties. It has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 267, and we are going to move to admit State's 267. It is a stipulation of fact regarding FBI agent Candace Hunter. FBI Digital Forensic Examiner Candace Hunter testified at a motion to suppress in the above referenced case on November 1st of 2024. All parties agreed to admit her testimony and exhibits from that testimony at this trial, and they will be made a part of this trial record. Furthermore, the parties hereby stipulate that Candace Hunter extracted the data from the cellular telephones with the FBI evidence labels of 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 using Cellubrite Premium. It is signed by myself and counsel for the defendant. And again, we're moving to admit 267. I will say that transcript is not in our possession at this time, but when the transcript is complete, we will go ahead and mark that testimony of Ms. Hunter's, or Agent Hunter's, excuse me, and move to admit that and make that part of the record. But we have agreed to accept her testimony and stipulate to her testimony.
I concur with Ms. Ross.
Very well. It's admitted based on the stipulation.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please state and spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jamie, Jamie. Last name is Hipkiss, Hipkiss.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a special agent, and I'm assigned to the Athens, Georgia office.
How long have you worked for the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
It'll be 11 years in February.
At the Athens office, what do you do? What types of crimes do you investigate, and what do you do there?
I'm assigned to the Middle Georgia Safe Streets Gang Task Force. That's a task force comprised of several different agencies, FBI, obviously, as well as the GBI, the Athens Clarke County Police Department, the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and the Georgia Department of Corrections. As a member of that task force, our primary mission is to focus on investigations that involve violent criminal activity or violent gang activity or major organized crime investigations. So as a part of that, we oftentimes assist our state and local law enforcement partners with investigations such as this that involve violent crime or a murder or armed robbery or something of that nature.
When and how did you get involved into the investigation into the murder of Laken Riley?
I got involved on the day that it occurred on February 22nd, 2024. I was actually contacted by another member of our task force who's a sergeant with the Athens Clarke County Police Department. When the incident happened, I was actually in Atlanta dealing with another matter, and I was informed by Sergeant Frost, who's on our task force, that he was involved and had responded to the murder of a college student that had occurred on the University of Georgia campus, and advised that he would be meeting with other law enforcement partners to obtain information to see if there was any assistance our task force could provide.
Did you at some point provide assistance to the local authorities in this case, and specifically what was the focus of your investigation?
Yeah, so initially on February 22nd, there were no suspects when the incident occurred. So at that time, we took the role of helping out with some cell phone analysis. We did what's called tower dumps in the area, or I assisted with that in writing search warrants to essentially capture all cellular devices that were in contact with the towers that served the area where the crime scene was located at. So that was our initial involvement. From there, it evolved into other technical assistance. Once University of Georgia Police Department and the GBI and Athens Clarke County Police Department had identified a suspect and executed a search warrant, they had collected a total of 11 electronic devices. At that point in time, they asked for the FBI's assistance in downloading those particular devices.
And is that when you got involved?
Yes.
For the devices. So specifically, did you review the downloads of devices 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you could first tell us what are 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11, why are they numbered that way, but whose devices are they?
1B7 and 1B8 are devices that belong to Jose Antonio Ibarra, the defendant seated at the table over there in the gray dress shirt.
And may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
1B11 is a device that was collected from Jose's brother, Diego Ibarra, when Athens Clark County Police Department encountered him on the morning of February 23rd at approximately 8:32 in the morning.
But who extracted data from those devices?
Special Agent Candace Hunter, she's assigned to the FBI CART team, that's a computer analysis and response team. She's a certified digital forensic examiner, so the phones were taken down to her in Atlanta and she extracted the data from all three devices.
And then you reviewed that data?
That's correct. And to answer your question about 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11, so that's just a naming convention used by the FBI when it comes to evidence. So in this case, 1B7 was a Samsung 14 phone that was located in the apartment of Mr. Ibarra, apartment D126, during the execution of the search warrant. 1B8 is a Samsung 13 phone that was also located in the apartment, and then 1B11, as I mentioned, was collected from Diego Ibarra.
I'm handing you three pieces of evidence. One is marked 263, one is marked 264, and one is marked states 265. Do you recognize all three of those items?
Yes, I do.
What are they? And just take them by number, please.
Yes, 1B7 is a copy of the cell phone extraction that was generated by Special Agent Hunter. I know that this particular exhibit is a copy of that because I personally reviewed it and created it. 1B8 would be a copy of the Samsung 13 cell phone collected from Jose Ibarra's apartment, and then 1B11 would be a copy of the Motorola cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra. And again, I created these thumb drives, these copies, so I'm familiar with all three of them.
State would move to admit 264, 265, and 266.
I'm going to object. I need to approach Your Honor about this issue with Ms. Ross.
All right. Let me.
Judge kills the mics. This witness was on a roll. He was just flying through stuff. But let's see what happens now. Let me what? Why are we not hearing this part? Witness handles his own foundation. He sort of does everything. Well, I'm here. Let me identify the defendant, who's sitting over there in a gray dress shirt. He's doing well. Got to figure out what is wrong with this audio. Perry, thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate that.
What I understand we discussed is that I do not object to these exhibits being admitted just to preserve the entire cell phone extraction for the record. However, we are objecting to the entire cell phone record being used as a fact finder in this case. And so Ms. Ross is going to go through with Agent Hipkiss the parts she wants you to consider, and I will maintain my objection to considering the other parts of the cell phone extraction.
That is, excuse me, Your Honor, that is correct. There are many items on these phones that will not be, that we do not want the fact finder to consider in this case. And from the state's perspective, the only parts of these phones that we would like the court to consider and that the fact finder should consider are contained in a PowerPoint, which we're going to admit, which would be State's Exhibit 266. So 266 will contain only the data and information from the phones that the state wishes the fact finder to consider. The full extractions were just admitted to perfect the record of other.
All right. So 263, 264, and 265 will be admitted based on the announcement made for the purpose of preserving the record, but I will only review or consider what is going to be contained in 266.
Yes, Your Honor. And any exhibit that the defense may produce on those records if it's admitted. Yes.
All right.
So I'm going to hand you a bunch of other items, and we're going to just go one at a time so that the record is clear. Can I have those back? Yes, sir. Thank you. 266, what is that?
266 is a copy of a PowerPoint presentation that I created that summarizes the downloads of several different records involved in this investigation. The first being the download of Jose Ibarra's cell phone, which has been named FBI evidence item 1B7. It also involves the T-Mobile subscriber records for phone number 347-358-3978, and that is the phone number assigned to 1B7. The PowerPoint also includes records for Cash App account Jose Antonio 251998, which is a Cash App account, used by Mr. Ibarra. It also includes Snapchat records with the username user374159156, which is a Snapchat account used by Mr. Ibarra. Google account records with the Gmail account, or the Google account, Jose Ibarra 251998 at gmail.com, and that is a Google account used by Mr. Ibarra. Additionally, the PowerPoint includes records from TikTok for account Victor Franco 4, as well as a summary of the download of FBI evidence item 1B7, which is a summary of the Motorola cell phone collected from Diego Ibarra on February 23rd.
Hold on, let me stop you right there. You just said 1B7? What's the Motorola?
Excuse me, 1B11.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, go ahead.
And then also additionally, Verizon and track phone records for cell phone number 404-416-5213, which was the phone number that was associated with FBI evidence item 1B11, the Motorola cell phone.
His TikTok is still live.
Yes, sir.
And is that a report that you created yourself?
Yes, it is.
Based on the records and the information that you just told us?
Yes, ma'am.
The state would move to admit States 266.
Your Honor, I don't object to most of the PowerPoint. I do have an objection to some slides, and I will specify for the record that is slide 22, and in addition, slides 25 and 26. These three slides contain lyrics from songs that were supposedly being played, and I think there's a couple problems with this. Number one, I don't think they're relevant. Number two, we've got a confrontation clause issue here. I don't know who translated these lyrics from Spanish to English.
We can't play the songs.
I don't think it was Ayden Pickles. And then number three is, a hearsay issue with that as well.
Your Honor, the translation was done by an analyst who will be testifying this afternoon right behind this particular agent, so if she wishes to question her about
Pickles, not politics, or you get timed out.
That's the issue.
You guys know the rules.
She's going to be here. I'm sorry, I missed the last thing you said.
The first thing was relevance, and then confrontation and hearsay.
Well, the relevance of it is that it goes to the defendant's state of mind, and this is the one. Can you show me the connection? We can clear that up with this agent. Those are basically statements of a defendant. These are defendant's lyrics out of the defendant's phone right before, within hours of the murder.
I disagree that lyrics on a song that was not written by the defendant, even if it was located on his phone, can be considered statements of the defendant.
Well, he's posting them, so he's adopting them. So yes, these are statements or posts done by this defendant hours before the murder that go directly to his state of mind. And so it's an adoptive admission because he's adopted them and posting them.
And I think you'll be able to argue that. So I'm going to overrule the objection on confrontation and relevancy, and I will continue the objection matter related to translation.
Hey guys, I'm doing 24-hour timeouts on political stuff. So you can put something you think that's not political. If I think it is, you've got 24 hours to think it over.
And now that
Okay,
266
we're done with
is in,
it.
I'm going to take that back, and we're going to publish 266 on the Elmo, Your Honor. If you could toggle over, and we'll just do it from the PowerPoint slides one at a time. But before we get into the publication of 266, I have a bunch of other documents to show you. So states 248 through 259. Let's start with those. Look at those for us.
If we show the videos from his TikTok and they have music, which I believe they do, I'll have to mute it, unfortunately. I'm going to pre-listen to a couple of them here.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
And in general terms, what are they?
There are business record certifications provided by the respective either cell phone or social media providers that I referenced.
And for the record, Your Honor, the state did file 2 different pretrial notices of our intent to rely upon certain business records. Those business records, those are the certifications of those records that the state provided pretrial notice on, not all of them, but the ones that are at least contained within states 266, which is Special Agent Pickles' report. So we would move to admit the certifications at 248 through 259 at this time.
I don't have objection other than preserving my objections from the motion to suppress, Your Honor.
248 through 259 are admitted. Objections noted.
States 260, what is that?
I'm not recognizing it since it's not labeled. It's a thumb drive, I'm assuming. Okay.
That's your label on the back?
Oh, yeah.
Look.
Yeah, that's from some.
Yeah. Is that your label
yes,
on the back?
Yes, okay. This is going to be a thumb drive containing Snapchat, TikTok, Google, and Cash App records that accompany the business record certifications that we just discussed.
And are those records that you obtained pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
In this case, and did you obtain all of those records with either search warrants or subpoenas?
Yes.
Either state or federal?
Yes.
Depending on what the record was?
Yes.
Okay, the state would move to admit states 260.
Similarly to earlier, Your Honor, I don't think everything on these records is relevant or admissible, but if they're just wanting to publish the parts that are in the slideshow, I don't have an objection to being entered for the record.
She's correct. We do not believe everything in these records would be admissible for the fact finder to consider. They're to preserve the record of what all the records that were received by the FBI and this agent, and what we would like the fact finder to consider are only the records that will be talked about in states 266.
So the 260 will be admitted with that reservation.
261 and 262. What are those items one at a time?
Government's Exhibit 261 is a thumb drive containing Verizon records that are associated with the cell phone, the Motorola cell phone that was seized from Diego Ibarra.
And the state would move to admit that. Again, those records, states 261.
I think Flushing is in New York.
Sorry, just one moment here. We don't have objection to the record for 1B11.
Which is 261.
Well, those are actually just the records, the CDRs from 1B11. 1B11 itself is a different exhibit.
Yes, we don't have objection to the CDRs for 1B11. And that's, I believe, 262 or
That is 261 for the record.
All right, 261 submitted.
262.
Government's Exhibit 262 is a thumb drive containing the CDRs for the phone number, as well as location information for the number that was assigned to FBI evidence item 1B7, so Jose Ibarra's Samsung 14 cell phone.
And say we move to Exhibit States 262.
like to preserve my motion to suppress arguments, otherwise
That objection.
Preserve motion to suppress, which was overruled.
And for the CDRs, first of all, what is a CDR?
A CDR is call detail records, so that is information that's provided by the respective cell phone company that essentially breaks down the details related to a call. So for instance, if it's an incoming call, it's going to say the time that the call occurred, what number called the target phone number, at what time, and how long the duration is.
What is timing advance data, and did you obtain timing advance records from Verizon, who was the provider for the cell phone 1B7?
Yes, we did. So we obtained records from T-Mobile and Verizon. So timing advance records are essentially engineering data that's captured by the cell phone provider. So on top of timing advance, we will get cell site records, right? So a lot of people are probably already familiar with those because they've been around for a long time. And so cell site records, each tower is generally broken up into 3 sectors. And so the cell phone company is able to tell us pursuant to legal process, like, hey, the respective phone that you're looking at is hitting this particular tower and is located within this sector, which is generally like a pie shape. Timing advanced data takes that a little bit further. Like I said, it's engineering data collected by the phone company, and the purpose for the phone company collecting this information is to essentially like make a better signal for the user. And so it sends a signal from the tower to the phone, and then from the phone back to the tower, and the cell phone provider captures that information. And based on the time that it takes for the information to be sent to the phone and then back to the tower, they're able to further narrow down that pie shape to essentially, we call it like a hot dog or a rainbow shape. So it's more precise information on the location of that phone than the traditional cell site information.
Did you obtain timing advance data for the cell phone number associated with Jose Ibarra, also the cell phone number associated with 1B7?
Yes.
And who was the provider for that particular timing advance data?
T-Mobile.
And is that the data that was contained or is contained on States 262 that we just admitted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now let's turn to your Exhibit 266. And I apologize, we're just having a little PowerPoint issue, so you'll have to bear with me. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. We'll try to do it in PowerPoint format. I know it's not ideal. Can the court see it and can counsel see it? Thank you. Let's start with 266, page 1, slide 1. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is what I covered earlier. This is just a summary of the records that were used to create this PowerPoint. So it's highlighting the fact that we used records from the download of FBI evidence item 1B7, as well as the T-Mobile records that we just discussed for the phone number assigned to 1B7, Jose Ibarra's Cash App records, his Snapchat records, and his Google account records.
Slide number 2.
Again, this is just further information related to the records that are contained within this PowerPoint presentation. This is showing that we also use TikTok records for Jose Ibarra's account with the screen name Victor Franco 4, as well as records from the download of Diego Ibarra's phone, evidence item 1B11, and additionally the Verizon and track phone records for the phone number that was assigned to 1B11.
Did Jose Ibarra use a different name at times in social media?
Yes, he did. A common common alias that we saw Mr. Ibarra use was Victor Franco.
And how do you spell Victor Franco for the record?
Victor is Victor. Franco is Franco.
So now looking at your slide number 3, what is that?
That's just a highlight to the court for 1B7. So the Samsung 14 cell phone seized from Mr. Ibarra's apartment that was used by him. The records, when they were produced and then when they were extracted from the phone, they are in UTC time. So this is just showing to the court how you would translate UTC time to local Eastern Standard Time. And on February 24, 2024, the day that the murder occurred, as is highlighted in this slide, you'll see that you have to subtract 5 hours from what's shown in the record. So for example, this particular text message is showing February 22nd, 2024 at 11:36 p.m. That would translate to 6:36 p.m. local time.
Slide number 4, what are we looking at there?
This is just highlighting the device identifiers associated with Mr. Ibarra's 1B7 phone. So as I stated, it's a Samsung Galaxy phone 14 with the actual model number being SM-A146U. It was assigned cell phone number 347-358-39. As well as IMEI, or a device identifier, of 35295-8244491604.
That's his IMEI.
What is an IMEI?
It's an international mobile equipment number, so that'll be specific to the actual cell phone itself. It's essentially like the equipment number, so it's essentially like a serial number related to the cell phone.
And we see that sadly, the PowerPoint that we have, the copy of it is in black and white, so we can't see the colors. What color
saved it in black and white?
You've seen the color image of this?
What?
Yes.
Of this photograph that we see on slide 4?
Yeah, so since it is in black and white, I can provide further description. So the actual image...
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we are going to have a best evidence objection to this. I sympathize with the state's technical issues, and I'm happy to take a break for them to fix it, but I think rather than having the witness describe the content of the photos, the court should just see the photo.
I think it is best for the court to view the photos so we can take a break to fix our technical issues. But for the best evidence rule, that's why the records are in. So the records themselves are in. So that the records are part of the record. But if you could give us a moment to try to fix our issue, perhaps it would be better for the court and everyone to see the images in color.
So, I don't know the nature of the problem. Is this something that
So we're missing,
5 minutes?
it's 5 minutes. We're missing one thumb drive that was recopied this morning, and I think I have the old version of it. I need the new version of it that was recopied. And so if you could give us 5 minutes to either find it in our, again, 17,000 thumb drives that we have, or we can recopy it very quickly. Because I know he has it, and so he can give me a new copy of it because the recopy version is lost.
I'll let you do that.
Thank you.
You lost the original, made a new
second.
one, lost the new one, now need to make another. That's where we are. This is thumb drive gate all over again. This is crazy. Okay, I think I have a bad HDMI cable going from my computer to a crossover adapter. Good thing I have some spare HDMI cables. But I've now fixed the audio so I can get it to work when I can get the internal speakers on the computer to work, but I can't get it to pass audio through the HDMI cable into the crossover to SDI adapter and then to the Blackmagic Design, which is weird because the Blackmagic Design setting has to be turned on for that computer to have audio at all. I think I have a few extras. I've got more than a football field's worth of extra HDMI cables, end to end. I could probably do 3 football fields end to end with the HDMI cables I have. We are on an unscheduled break now because, once again, the prosecution cannot find their thumb drives. After the first one, which was very embarrassing, I think they should have organized everything a little bit better. Let's see, I think we have Ivan on the phone. Just 1 second.
Call from
Mr. Wisconsin.
Mr. Wisconsin, how are you doing, Ivan?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
It's going well.
Hope, how was your weekend?
It was tiring. I worked a lot, but it's good.
What did you do?
I had a gig this weekend, an audio-video gig.
A gig?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were in a secret cover band we didn't know about.
Well, there is that. No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. So let me find out you're in a KISS cover band and applying the makeup every Saturday night without us knowing. So let me find out.
I will tell you that I did once film a KISS cover band. I actually filmed 2 the same day. And one of them was entirely, I don't know what the political correct term is, little people.
I smell what you're stepping in. I got you.
Yeah. I don't know what the political correct term. It used to be midgets, but now I think they're little people is the correct term. But they were a KISS cover band entirely. It was wild. They were just amazing. Just a little KISS.
I bet they rock the house. That's quite a little niche. You probably don't find that's quite the niche demographic. I can't imagine they have a lot of competition.
They rock pretty hard. I will say though that they rock so hard that the tuning on the guitars goes out very quickly. Okay.
Well, you never got a hold of me. I'm glad you got the excuse.
I was busy, but I still need your help. It's my call. I'll call you back. I need help with my Bitcoin. Although the longer I wait, the more money it makes me. I mean, I'm sort of glad.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's the strategy that saved my life, literally. So, I mean, luckily I was detained and couldn't access it when it was originally exploding. So, that was the surprise I was released to. Yeah. But mysterious ways, as they say. But
okay, so we now have on a thumb drive for the record the PowerPoint.
Aren't they allowed to use some kind of cloud?
I think you have to have physically invented. Physically, you have to have it to introduce it in court. We're back. They're back. You can't hear them, but I can.
Right.
I gotta let you know.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we have the PowerPoint format for the record of States 266. We're going to now show this in PowerPoint form because it's in color, correct?
Yes.
All right, so for the record, I got to keep it consistent. We're on slide 4 of States 266. Go ahead, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so the photo depicted on the right is an actual image that we'll discuss as we get further into this that was captured on Jose Ibarra's cell phone, FBI evidence item 1B7. It depicts Mr. Ibarra wearing a navy blue jacket that is consistent in appearance with the jacket that was discarded after the murder, as well as you can see the black brim with an Adidas logo to a hat underneath it, which is consistent with the hat that's observed in the surveillance footage when Mr. Ibarra discards the jacket after the murder.
What is was this image found in the phone 1B7?
Yes, it was.
And what was the timestamp associated with it?
So there were 2 variations of that image where he had his face positioned in different angles, and that image was captured at 5:37 a.m. local time on February 22nd, 2024.
Okay. What are we looking at now, though, in slide 5?
What we're looking at here is this is a screen capture of the actual records provided from T-Mobile for the phone number assigned to FBI evidence item 1B7, and that is a record for cell phone number 347-358-3978. And so I'm just highlighting here various things on the record. So, again, the first thing that popped up was the phone number that's assigned to evidence item 1B7. Below that is the IMEI number, which matches the IMEI number on the device, confirming that the 2 correlate, the phone records correlate with the phone. And you could see that the device or the T-Mobile records show that the device is subscribed in the name of Jose Ibarra, and the account was activated on August 10th, 2023.
Did you make a determination whether Jose Ibarra was the user of 1B7?
Yes, I did. Based on my analysis and the frequent use of accounts that belong to Mr. Ibarra, as well as I've shown here numerous selfie-style images that are contained within the phone, based on my training and experience in reviewing many phones involved in criminal investigations, it's common for the user of a phone to take pictures of themselves. And so what I'm highlighting here is that over a period of time from August 2023 up until the day of the murder, we have multiple images of Jose taking selfie-style images using that phone.
Wearing most
And
of
one
all
of the images
the
that's
clothing that
dated
was worn by the attacker.
2/18/24. Do you see that image?
Yes, I do.
And what is Jose Ibarra wearing in that image?
So he's wearing a black t-shirt with a very distinct white pattern, which appears to be consistent with the t-shirt that Mr. Ibarra was wearing underneath the navy blue jacket when he started it. So when we review the surveillance footage and we see him removing the navy blue jacket and stuffing it into the recycling bin in his apartment complex, he appears to be wearing that exact same shirt there. And also reviewing the surveillance footage captured that day in relation to the Rogers Road Peeping Tom incident, you could see in the picture that's depicted on February 18, 2024, he's wearing a gray style sling bag, which appears to be the bag that's worn in that surveillance footage.
This is not a great image quality, I warn you, but the States 247, do you see that same image in States 247 that you see in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
And can you point to the court, and now that this time you're on the state, we move to admit States 247.
No objection.
247's admitted.
And I'm just going to publish that to the court so he could see it. That image that's in States 247, do you see that behind you?
Yes, I do. It's in the bottom row. It's the second image from the left with the date February 18, 2024 below it, and that was the date that it was captured on the phone.
Thank you.
The bag says Trope on it. Is that the brand?
Your
TROPE?
screen or slide number 7.
Yeah, so this is, again, just showing user attribution to confirm that Jose was in fact using the phone. You can see that there's an image of his New York identification card, which presumably he would only have access to. It documents his name, Jose Antonio Ibarra, with his date of birth of January 5th, 1998. Also lists his address at the time in Jamaica, New York. And that particular image was obtained from his WhatsApp account on evidence item 1B7, and it was captured on September 9th, 2023, as highlighted there. I've then blown up the address that's located on the identification card. As you can see, it reads 16520 Archer Avenue, room 111, Jamaica, New York, 11433. And so when we take that address and we go back to the T-Mobile subscriber records, we see that that same address is listed on Jose's subscriber records provided by T-Mobile for the cell phone number assigned to 1B7.
Do you have a time frame in which this cell phone number 1B7 was being used by Jose Ibarra?
Yeah, I believe that it was being used from the time of activation, which would have been on August 10th, 2023, that particular cell phone number. We were able to verify, aside from it being assigned to the phone that belongs to him, we were able to verify that cell phone number through other methods too, that it was being used by Mr. Ibarra.
And until what time?
I'm sorry, can you?
So you said beginning, my question to you is beginning in what time frame and ending in what time frame was he the user of 1B7?
Ending at the date that it was seized from his apartment on February 23rd, 2024.
Right, thank you. What is this that we're looking at here, which is now your slide 8?
This is a screenshot of Mr. Ibarra's WhatsApp account that was taken from evidence item 1B7. It highlights his username, which is LR, and then 2 smiley face emojis with wearing sunglasses. but it shows that his WhatsApp account is assigned the same phone number as the actual device. It also, at the bottom, it showed that his profile name was Victor, which I mentioned earlier. He also goes by the name Victor.
Next slide, which is 10.
Yes, this is again WhatsApp, captured from WhatsApp on 1B7 on September 13, 2023. And this is just documenting a photograph that was taken of a direct deposit form for Expectations MasterCard account. Important just to note that one, it's in his name, Jose Ibarra, with his address in Jamaica, New York. And it captures the routing and account number, which will be important in the next slide.
What is WhatsApp, by the way?
WhatsApp is a service that's commonly used by people. It doesn't necessarily have to run off of a cellular signal. You can use it as long as you have an internet connection. It's frequently used by individuals who maybe have relatives in other countries. It's a very easy method to communicate. So it's a common method of communication that we see.
What are we looking at here in your next slide, which is 10?
So this is a photograph on Jose's WhatsApp account that was recovered from his phone, where he appears to be editing his bank account. You could see in his name of Jose Antonio Ibarra, and the routing number and the account number match what was shown in the previous slide.
Your slide 11.
This is an actual image, a screenshot that was captured on evidence item 1B7 on September 21st, 2023, and it's just highlighting the fact that the main Google account assigned to the device is in his name, Jose Ibarra, and the Google account is Jose Ibarra 25 1998 at gmail.com.
And you said the main Google account associated with this device. Are there other Google accounts associated with this device?
Yes, there are.
So first of all, how many different Google accounts can you have associated with any device?
I don't know that there's a limit. I mean, you could have multiple on there. In the case of his phone, he did have several, and I was able to tell through Google records that we received that 5 accounts were active on the day of the murder that were associated with his phone.
And how does a person get more than one Google account associated with the device?
You can log in. I mean, you can go into your phone and log into Google and you can pull up multiple email accounts on your phone. So and I'm not aware of there being a limit. There could be, but you could definitely have multiple on there. It's not unusual to see.
And this main Google account that you activate or that you notified or discovered, when was it activated?
I'd have to refer to my report on that. I don't recall the actual date. Give me 1 second. This particular account was activated on August 27th, 2023.
And did you find in the 1B7 device another Google account that was associated with Diego Ibarra?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that, if you remember the account name? If you do, if you don't, let me know.
I do. If I could refer to my report, I could give it to you. It was Diego, Diego, Jose Ibarra, Ibarra, all one word, and then the number 95 at gmail.com.
Was that Google account active in February of 2024?
No, it was not.
Okay. When tell us about that Google account. When was it deactivated?
Phil, that's
so
really
we
funny.
received records related to that particular account because it did show up on 1B7 with no other activity associated with it in the extraction. But we went to Google with a subpoena and court order, and we were able to determine that the account was deleted on January 16th, 2024.
So in February of 2024, that account did not exist?
That's correct.
And when you say associated with the device, what did you mean by that?
So when the cell phone extraction was completed on 1B7, one of the things that it extracts is the user accounts, or various accounts like social media accounts, email accounts, WhatsApp accounts, things of that nature that have been accessed at some point in time on the device.
And if you could adjust your microphone a little bit, did you see any evidence that 1B7 ever accessed that Diego Google account?
It just populated as a user account. However, when I looked at the data associated with it for that particular Gmail account, it said it was associated with the Google Drive, but there was no activity related to that account to support it being actively used on the phone.
All right. So now your slide 12, what are we looking at?
Another image located on the WhatsApp account on September 29, 2023, and this is just depicting a boarding pass showing that Mr. Ibarra flew from New York City to Atlanta on September 28th, 2023. And that just blows up showing his name and then the details related to the flight.
I'm sorry, I started it too soon. We're looking at your slide 13.
We're going to have to kill the music.
This is a video. It's going to contain several images that were saved in the video section of 1B7, Mr. Ibarra's phone.
Go ahead.
On October 15, 2023. Of the images, the only one of real relevance is this first image that we're looking at here. You can see, again, that he's wearing that gray sling-style bag that's consistent in appearance with the gray sling bag that was seen on the surveillance video on the day of the murder in the area of Rogers Road Apartments.
What's the music associated with this every time I touch the enter button?
That's just some music that Mr. Ibarra would have put as a background to the particular video that he created.
What is slide 14?
Again, this is recovered from Mr. Ibarra's WhatsApp account that was backed up to his cell phone. And this is just depicting his Cash App account. He had taken a screenshot of it, and it appears that he had sent it to somebody. And it shows that his Cash App account is in his name, Jose Antonio Ibarra. And it shows that his Cash App handle is
how much did he have in there?
Jose Antonio 251998.
And is he accessing Cash App through this cell phone?
Yes, and in this next slide here, we went to Cash App with a subpoena to request subscriber information related to that particular Cash App account, and they were able to confirm that that account is associated with his phone number that ends in 3978 that's assigned to evidence item 1B7.
Your slide 16.
Again, this is another image of Mr. Ibarra's identification from New York found on his phone. The relevance on this one is that it was an image saved to 1B7, but it captures what we call metadata, which is basically information about the file. In this particular instance, if you see below in the metadata section, you could see that it lists Samsung and then the model, which matches 1B7. And it also provides geolocation information, meaning it gives us a latitude and a longitude where you can map out where that image was taken. So if you look to the right, and this is from the phone itself, that was the phone plotting where the particular image was taken. And based on my knowledge of the area, it's in the area of his apartment on 2085 South Millage Avenue.
Next slide, 17.
Again, this is the image we discussed earlier from February 18, 2024. This is an image of Mr. Ibarra wearing that distinct black with white patterned shirt that he appears to be wearing when he discards the jacket on surveillance video following the murder, and again, the gray sling bag.
Your slide, I guess this would be 18.
This is, so the phone sometimes will capture money transfers that occur in this particular instance. This is on February 21st, 2024. This occurs on the evening before the murder, and it's just showing the fact that at 9:30 p.m. there was a charge made from Mr. Ibarra's account at Tall Boy Beverage, which is a liquor store and it sells liquor, wine, and spirits. And that's a picture of it there that's located walking distance from his apartment.
And what is the date and time of that?
That was on February 21st, 2024 at 9:30 p.m.
I'm moving on to your slide 19.
Yeah, so now we're getting into information as it relates to the date of the murder on February 24th, 2024. Here in this slide, I'm depicting from his call log a missed call that was placed by Mr. Ibarra using his WhatsApp account to an account used by his brother Diego Ibarra. And as you see below, it'll highlight in a second, you can see that Diego Ibarra's uses the WhatsApp screen name Gocho Hermano. Gocho was an alias that he used, Hermano translating to brother, so essentially Gocho, my brother Gocho. And when we recovered evidence item 1B11 and downloaded that, we were able to tell that that same WhatsApp account that ends in 965 was in fact being used by Diego on that phone.
So then this would reflect, this slide would reflect Jose Ibarra calling through WhatsApp Diego Ibarra on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 2:31 in the morning?
Yes, and the call was not answered.
Okay. What is it that we are looking at the next slide, 21?
Yes, so this is the phone documents in this instance when an image is uploaded from the phone to his Snapchat account. So this image here is showing that at 4:30 in the morning on February 22nd, 2024, this particular image to the left is uploaded to Jose's Snapchat account. It's particularly interesting to us because he's wearing the Adidas hat, which appears to be the same Adidas hat that is worn by the subject or worn by Mr. Ibarra when he discards the jacket in the dumpster. It also is him wearing that same t-shirt that he appears to be wearing under the navy blue jacket.
Okay, I want to go back really quickly because the image that we just looked at on your slide 21, the hat looks blue, correct? Well, it does to me. My eyesight may be a little different. But you've seen this image in the returns that are in evidence, correct?
Yes.
What is the color of that Adidas hat?
It's black.
Okay, let me go back to the very first one and we can do it quickly.
There you go.
Okay, so you have several
Lots of
different
clicking
images
there.
of the hat. Would that be right?
Yes.
At this exact time period, at 4 to 5 a.m. on the
Yes, in the
22nd.
hours leading up to the murder.
Some of them would be on his phone itself, 1B7, and then that image was uploaded to Snapchat. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the Snap returns and in the phone itself, what color is the hat?
Black.
Okay, and is that what we see here on your very first slide, or slide 7, I think, or second slide?
Yes, it's emphasized more in this photo because it's obviously up against the navy blue jacket.
Okay. But
yes, it's black.
Thank you. And it's a better depicted, like right here, they're side by side on this slide, 222, 24, 222, 24. Do you see them side by side?
I do, and that image to the left was taken at 4:30 in the morning, and then the image to the right was at 5:37 in the morning on the date of the incident.
So these two images are separated by how much time?
So from 4:30 to 5:30, a little bit over an hour.
Thank you, DSN.
And in the return
Appreciate
itself, the image that we see, just the shirt, not the jacket, the hat is what color?
Black.
Okay. Thank you.
She clicks really fast.
All right. Now what are we looking at, which is your slide 22?
This is going to be a video that was captured on February 22nd, 2024 at approximately 5 in the morning. And it's going to contain images of Jose as well as a Latin style song played in the background with the lyrics of the song being posted or being essentially placed on the images by Jose.
Okay, so the video was posted on what day?
On February 22nd, 2024 at 5 a.m. local time.
Right before
But we see is that Jose depicted in this image?
It is, and this video here. It wasn't posted. It was a video that was saved on the device itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then how is it associated with the modified date of 2/22? I mean, was he wearing that at? We just saw a photograph of this.
No. So why it's relevant is there's going to be several images that are posted there, and it's going to show these images that we just saw of him wearing.
It's still playing that. I don't want to get a strike.
So what is it that we just viewed when we hit that video?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is it that we just saw? If you could just tell us for the record, because we played.
Yes, that is a video that was created by Mr. Ibarra, and he has taken obviously that image and another image, and he's created a video. and he's placed words that are essentially the lyrics of the song over the video as it plays.
And there we go. Again.
Oh, they're rocking out. They're cranking up the volume.
So, did you have those words translated?
Yes, I did.
And who at the FBI did that for you?
Abasis Ramirez.
And who is Abasis
They
Ramirez?
want to see me
She's
fail,
a staff
but I won't let
operations
them.
specialist, for short. SOS.
My heart is
It's
that of
assigned
a
to our
warrior.
office in-
That's
in
how the game
Athens.
rules
She's
are.
essentially an
And
analyst.
whoever breaks
And
them
does
will
she speak
pay.
Spanish fluently?
Yes.
And what was going on then at about 5 o'clock in the morning with this video? Well, if you could just translate it for us or tell us the English version.
Yeah, based on her translation.
Is this not what we talked about? We were going to wait on this?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Oh, thank you. I will wait on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
We'll skip by
you
that.
already
We'll
put
wait
it
for
up.
Miss Abasis.
I didn't read it for that reason.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right.
I read it.
Slide 23.
So again, this is showing another upload from the phone to Snapchat, and it shows that on February 22nd, 2024 at 5:37 a.m. The image depicted to the left, which is Jose Ibarra wearing the black Adidas hat with the navy jacket with the hood pulled up. That image was uploaded to his Snapchat account. And then this is a second image that was uploaded at seconds later at 5:37 a.m. Very similar image. His face is just angled a little bit differently, but as you can see, he's wearing the same clothing.
Sorry. Okay. We're going to skip this over until Miss Obasis is there as well, okay? Miss Ramirez, I'm sorry.
All the music.
And we're going to device events. If you could, we are now on, I believe, your slide number 27.
Yeah, so when Celebrite downloads the phone, it has the capability sometimes in showing the device events that occurred on the phone. So for example, when the phone's plugged in or when it's unplugged. In this particular instance, what we're showing here is that the device was plugged in at 9:58 in the morning on February 22nd, 2024. And why this is important is we have the murder of Laken Riley, and then of course, after the murder occurs, we see Mr. Ibarra on surveillance footage at 9:44 in the morning, discarding the navy jacket that ultimately contained a mixture of Mr. Ibarra and Miss Riley's DNA. We then see him walk towards his apartment and discard some gloves and some shrubs and then continue on towards his apartment. So that was at 9:44 in the morning, and then 14 minutes later, he's in his apartment, and we believe he's in his apartment based on location data associated with the phone, and he's plugging his phone in at 9:58 in the morning.
Your next slide.
So in the next couple slides, we're just going to show the actual user-initiated activity from the device, meaning the outgoing communications that happen on the device on February 22nd, 2024. So the last outgoing message that is sent from 1B7 is a group message. It's a video that had been deleted, so I'm unsure of the content of that video. But at 6:20 in the morning, you have an outgoing WhatsApp message from 1B7. We don't see any other outgoing calls, text messages over social media again until February 22nd, 2024 at 1:55 a.m. And that's when he responds to a WhatsApp message sent at 11:14 in the morning from Laken Mendoza, his wife. He responds to that message at 11:55 a.m. So essentially, we've got no outgoing communications on the date of the murder from 6:20 in the morning until 11:55 in the morning.
And that's outgoing communications by the user of 1B7. Now let's talk about the phone itself. If a person is not using 1B7, is the phone still collecting data?
Yes.
And what is Rubin data?
Rubin data is personalization data, and I'll just read what I have written here because it summarizes it. Samsung Rubin Data is a service provided by Samsung that collects information about your devices, such as their settings, status, and stored applications. It's designed to log valuable data such as call log, text messages, contacts, and other user activity, including the device's location, from your phone, which in this case we were able to access through our Celebrite Premium Forensic tool. So we were essentially able to download this
Thank
data.
you, Angelique.
And according to Samsung, we spoke with representatives from Samsung to learn more about it. They stated that the user of the device would have to opt in.
Yeah, that's okay.
Object to being read.
Yes, you're saying yeah. I'll cover that with our next witness who's an expert on this issue. Let's go to Snapchat.
So, of course, we saw those images that were uploaded from the phone to Snapchat. So then, to be thorough, our next step was to go to Snapchat with a search warrant just to be able to corroborate what we were seeing and get the records directly from Snapchat.
And were you able to corroborate the things you saw on the phone through Snapchat?
Yes, we were. We were also able to identify other images of importance, again, showing Mr. Ibarra wearing that black and white T-shirt. That was on February 17th in the sling bag. And then again, on February 17th, we see that image that we've already seen several times.
Yep.
And then we're able to corroborate the fact that at 4:30 in the morning, he posted that image to his Snapchat account, which matches what we saw on the phone. Snapchat's able to give us geolocation information associated with that. When we map that out, it appears that the image was posted when he was at his apartment or in the area of his apartment. Again, what we just covered at 5:37, the same images that we're seeing on the phone are in fact in the Snapchat records. And those are the two images of him wearing the navy blue jacket and the black hat. And in both those images geolocates the area of his apartment D126.
And that's what you just told us. Am I going the wrong way? No. Google records.
Yeah, so as mentioned, we did obtain Google records on multiple accounts. And so this particular account here, the Jose Ibarra 251998 at gmail.com, was connected to evidence item 1B7, the phone. And through these records, we're able to see that the account was created on August 27, 2023, is subscribed in the name Jose Ibarra. And it also shows that this particular account was logged into on the date of the murder at 3:07 in the morning.
TikTok.
So we went to TikTok to obtain records from them as well, pursuant to a search warrant. And the records here are in relation to an account used by Mr. Ibarra in the name Victor Franco, which, as I mentioned, is an alias used by him. And so these records are showing that the account is in that name. It shows that it was created on February 13, 2024. And it also shows an associated Facebook account with the same name. And then when we look further into the records, we see this is just a sampling of a selfie image, which is a profile picture providing further evidence he's the user of the account, as well as a video from that particular account showing that he's using it.
And does that complete your review of 1B7?
Yes.
And was there any evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra was using 1B7 in the phone?
No, and on the particular day of the murder, he was logged into multiple accounts and was communicating using multiple accounts, that being WhatsApp, TikTok, Snapchat.
Yeah, they got him every which way.
No, there was no evidence of anybody else using the phone.
Did you also review 1B11, which is Diego Ibarra's phone?
I did.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about that phone and what was in it.
Yeah, so it's a Motorola Moto G Play phone. It was assigned cell phone number 404-416-5213. And I listed the device identifiers. I could read them in the record if you need me to.
No, that's okay.
Okay. And so what we were able to do, before we get into it, so these particular records, when the extraction occurred, when the Celebrite that extracted the records, when it produced them, they were actually produced in local time, so there's no need to do that 5-hour conversion. So what we see on the records is real time here in Athens, Georgia.
Did Diego Ibarra have service to that phone?
No, not at the time. On February 22nd, 2024, there was no cellular service to that device.
So because of that, what are we looking at here for the next slide, which is your slide number 47?
This is just showing the outgoing activity from that particular device. So as I mentioned, it did not have cell phone service, but he appeared to be using the internet on it, or he had an internet connection somehow. And so that shows that at 3:19 a.m. he sent an outgoing email was sent from that device to hello@poweredbypercent.com email address. There was no content associated with that email, but that is the last outgoing communication on the date of the murder. And then the next outgoing communication would be a WhatsApp message that was sent at 3:24 in the afternoon on February 22nd. So we have no outgoing communications on February 22nd between 3:19 in the morning and 3:24 p.m. in the afternoon.
And is there any, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's fine.
I was going to ask you, are you able to get any geolocation data off of 1B11?
No, so this is a Motorola cell phone. It's a phone that you would typically buy at Walmart with a prepaid service, so it wasn't a very, what I would call advanced phone. A Samsung, like we saw Mr. Ibarra had, is a far better phone than a Motorola phone. So it did not collect the same amount of information that the Samsung phone collected as far as location information.
What about cell phone records for that phone, 1B11?
Yeah, so we went to Verizon with a search warrant in an effort to get location records associated with the number assigned to 1B11. We were able to get some records related to that particular phone number. However, we were able to see that it was not active on February 22nd. There was no service provided to the phone, and the last activity appeared to be between February 10th, 2024 and February 12th, 2024. So no activity after February 12th.
No cellular activity?
No cell phone activity, no IP activity. And we also went to TrackPhone, because TrackPhone is a prepaid service that uses Verizon's network. We went to them, and they essentially provided the same information.
So there was just no service to that phone?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I'll pass the witness.
I guess we're at the end of presentation.
Your Honor, before I begin, I want to enter into the record a stipulation between the parties. This will be admitted as Defense Exhibit 1. The stipulation covers basically how the cell phone data was extracted, how the defense counsel gained access to that data, and it addresses my motion to reconsider and motion to suppress, as well as listing the various accounts that were found on phone 1B7. May I approach and...
Hang on, they stipulated to her motion to suppress? That's really weird. The band that I filmed is called Mini Kiss. And they performed at like Sturgis and everything else there. It was wild. It was crazy. I was up on stage with them filming, and I felt like a giant. Yeah, this is not looking good for Jose Ibarra so far. Documented himself wearing the clothing that was seen by the attacker, on the attacker, or at least he was seen wearing, getting rid of material that was linked to the attack. I guess is the proper way to say that. Jonathan, minikisses.com is their band website. It'll save you.
Agent Hipkiss, in your testimony you stated that there was no evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra used phone 1B7.
Yes.
Method Media.
You are aware that...
On the date of the murder.
Okay, that was kind of where I'm glad you said that. You are aware that there actually is evidence that other people used his phone on prior dates.
There's no substantial evidence to indicate that anybody used his phone for any significant period of time, but as we highlighted on direct, Diego did have an account associated, 2 accounts associated with that phone that had been accessed at an unknown time. However, in relation to the period leading up to the murder, Jose Ibarra was using that phone.
Following up on your substantial use, you're aware that the phone 1B7 was used to access the app Grindr.
Yes.
And you're aware that Grindr is an application, a way for people to communicate, and it's particular to the homosexual community.
Yes.
And you are aware that Detective Norris and Raboud followed up on some of those contacts that were obtained from this phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that other people identified different users of that phone besides Jose Ibarra?
Objection to the characterization of that testimony.
I can rephrase to make it clearer, Your Honor, but there is evidence that we're just trying to get on the record.
Yeah. We heard that.
When they said there's no substantial use or no substantial evidence of anyone else using the phone, I've opened the door to this impeachment evidence.
I would disagree that it's impeachment. I'm going to object to the form of the question, and maybe it could be broken down in a different way.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I'll start by saying, have you read the detective's report in this case, Detective Norris and Detective Raboud?
No.
Okay. Are you aware at all of their investigation?
Yes, I've worked with them on this investigation, but obviously I'm more aware of what my personal involvement was.
Sure. You're aware that Detective Norris and Raboud followed up on some of the contacts obtained from Grindr on 1B7?
Yes, I am aware that they went out and interviewed people. I was not present for those interviews, so I'm not aware of what was said.
Sure. You're also aware that some of those contacts from Grindr also texted through WhatsApp this phone number.
Right, to Jose's WhatsApp. So essentially, several of those messages transitioned from Grindr to the WhatsApp account used by Jose.
And you're aware that when asked who they were communicating with via the WhatsApp account, they identified someone other than Jose Ibarra.
I'm not aware. I wasn't present for that interview, so I haven't read their reports. I'm not aware of what was said.
Okay. On the list of Gmail accounts that you saw, I want to just kind of talk about a couple of them. One of them was mendomailing26@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Jose's mother-in-law, her name was Mailing?
Yes.
And for the record, Mailing is spelled M-A-Y-L-I-N-G. You're also aware that there was a Gmail account on there, Franco, F-R-A-N-C-O, LOLO529@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Layling, his wife, maiden name was Franco.
Yes.
And Layling, for the record, spelled L-A-Y-L-I-N-G. Besides Diego's Gmail account, there also was data on 1B7 suggesting that his Facebook account had been logged into.
Yes.
And he had 2 separate Facebook accounts that he logged into on 1B7, or that were logged into Diego Ibarra's Facebook on 1B7.
I'm aware of just one, and that being Gocho Franco account. I'm not aware of 2. I'm aware of 2 total accounts that are related to Diego, one being the Gmail account, what we discussed, which was deleted on January 16th, 2024, so over a month before the murder occurred. Additionally, I'm aware of a Facebook account, yes, and that being with the screen name Gocho Franco. And I did do additional research on that particular account, and we received records from Google pursuant to a subpoena and a court order, and the records reflected that that Facebook account had not been logged into since January 25th, 2024.
So what
also,
the year that we're talking about, in 2024, Diego's Facebook account was logged into?
yes, but it was never logged into in any. That was as close to the murder as we were able to see any sort of. And to be frank, we don't know that he logged in from that device on January 25th, 2024. That was the last activity on that account. The Celebrite report does not reflect any information of when those accounts were logged into.
So you can't say for certain when they last were logged into on 1B7?
No, but based on my experience, I've reviewed a lot of phones. If somebody was actively using those accounts on the phone, like we would see some sort of messaging or emails to...
He's permitted to explain his answer.
Normally, we would see additional information of those accounts being used if they were being used in relation to the murder. There was no evidence to support that. It just, all that it showed was at some point in time that device would have accessed those accounts. And again, both those accounts, one was deleted on January 6th, the Gmail, or 16th, excuse me, the Gmail account, and then the Facebook account had not been logged into from any device since January 25th, 2024.
But to answer my question, the dates on the phone didn't tell you when they were logged into the Facebook account for Diego Ibarra?
No, the only information that was associated with those accounts was the actual account names, and that was it.
Also in the user account section of the cell phone, there was a user account for a Rosbelly Flores Facebook. Do you recall seeing that?
Can you give me the account name, please?
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach and retrieve the stipulation on
You may.
You don't have to ask to approach anymore. The judge has already given blanket permission. Ivan, just for clarification, I did not film them at Sturgis. I filmed them at a film festival.
It's not in the stipulation. Do
Comedy
you recall,
film festival.
You can say yes or no. Do you recall seeing?
No, I don't recall any account with Rosbelly Flores Bello by that name being on the phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to request consider taking a lunch break right now. I do need to print out the information that the agent is requesting to see. I don't have it printed, and I apologize about that.
More disorganization.
You want to be heard on breaking out. I don't know what
No, sir,
schedule is or anything like that. So
I'm at the court's pleasure.
That's
That's break now.
Sure. All right, we'll go take lunch. Back in an hour, 1:30.
1:32, he says. We'll be back at 1:32. The judge means it. We're going to be prompt. All right, so we're going to be on a quick break. I'm going to make a new one because we've been going for 4 hours here. Let's see, schedule live stream right there. Use. It's going to be day 2, part 2. And it's going to start in 45 minutes. Which was 1:15. Wait for it. All right, we've got a portal set up, so we'll transition you over there when it's time to do that. This case is a little wild. I don't like how loose they are with the rules in court, and I realize I haven't seen anything that's like reversible error situation, but it feels like we're going to get there, which I don't like. I don't like at all. I'd like the case to be clean. I like it just to stand on its own. It's a little messy, Bap. It's messy. And I realize it probably can be because the judge understands things better than the jury. A jury can get confused if you've got things partially entered but not for otherwise. That might be a little confusing. The judge is easier to keep track of. It's probably a lot easier for him to keep track of that. But wow, there is a ton of evidence here. The pictures, the photos that link him to the clothing. Yeah, I realize Jose was wearing the hat when the police showed up, but that morning he was taking selfies wearing the outfit that shows, the same person was wearing when they tried to enter the apartment when he was doing the peeping Tom thing. Not looking good. Not looking good at all for him. I'm curious where the defense is going to go. I see the most I see from them right now is they're just trying to keep evidence out, and they're failing at that. So far, everything's really come in. A little bit of a win for them and be able to say that they were able to bring in information that there were other people's accounts or had at one point used that phone, which is important because I think we're going to get location data coming on that, and it's going to probably pinpoint him right to the scene. But yeah, I can't wait to hear from the brother, Jose, who apparently was, defense is saying it was him. Wow. All right. I still don't know how we're going to start again after the live stream because I can't get the music to work right. So I'm going to work on that during lunch as well. See if I can get music to... I'll change out some cables. I'll wiggle some cables. I'll jiggle some plugs. See if we can fix it. We're going to have lunch. Come back in a little bit or join us on the flip side and just continue the conversation until we come back. Either way, that'll be awesome. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe too. We'll live again in about 45 minutes. I'm gonna have a salad. Make up for everything, all the junk food I ate over the weekend. We can hum. I can do the music. It'll sound just like this. I just don't have all the voices, like. Well, I need this one. 9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary.
I need all those, and I don't know when to put it. So. Anyway, I'll see what I can do. Have a good one. See you in a little bit.